To mischief. Come up on the seat. Come up on the seat. Go up on the seat, Bear. Go, Bear. There you go. Well, that was the LFE. Put that on here. Spark. That was the bird of prey. Spark. It's not too bad, even though a lot of the middle and some of the upper frequency range on the Dayton exciter, right seat and left seat here, back here attached on the back of the seat as it is in the thumbnail. Thumbnail shows clearer because I can't use really much of the torch, the light, the camera can't work out. Gets a bit of a glary. I'm joined by Magic. He wants to do a massage. It's a bit of a complexity of setting up the exciters because they need to be on their own amplifier, so they could be balanced in with the other JBLs. Otherwise, the sensitivity on the other JBLs is like I can kind of give an approximation of what the frequency would be like, or sound pressure, or the level of frequency, or so forth. And settle this. Like the pucks on the seat would be like there. The JBL 83s are like up there. So they're giving a bit of a middle frequency kind of masking. Partly some bass, but the exciters also give a bass feel. But once they're balanced, the levels are balanced and everything, they'll be a little bit more audible. And then the other frequencies and everything, just blend it. I think frequency blending, I think, would be the simplest way to do. The radiating sound from the pink noise would have to be measured from around this plane with the microphone in this area. as well as another microphone a little bit closer to the seat, pressing into the seat to get another frequency measurement, and then that all goes through the microphones to the audio mixer and then comes up on the RTA, and then switching one thing off and then monitoring the frequency on the others, looking, observing, and then just sort of thinking, yeah, it's kind of like taking down the frequency response a little bit on the surrounds that are working with the exciters for the to get it to do with the overhead surrounds. That's complicated because they're up there and I'm down here. Well, the seats are down here and the speakers are up there. Actually, it's all kind of easy, actually. Several ways it could be done. Use an audio mixer to blend the overhead sound channel. So all the outputs go into an audio mixer. Just need basics, don't need too much complexity with like stereo and all too much of that. Just basically take an overall part of the frequency response, put it through a mixer, take the surround, the regular, put that through an audio mixer on one line input and the other on the other line. So the side surround arrays on one line input and the overheads on another line input. So it's basically coming out as then mono going onto the seat, and then but if you want to make it stereo, because then you get kind of in the seat would get kind of very would get something like an eerie sounding shift, maybe kind of sideward or kind of forward backward sort of thing, or depending on the frequency that's playing, or depending on the frequencies, it would give a kind of, maybe put another dayton exciters, maybe put them on the seat bucket, but problem there is the resonant on the seat bucket. The seat buckets I'd have to absorb the inside of the seat bucket with a absorbent material, so it doesn't have a tinny sound. I might get some absorbent material, open up the seat buckets. Very simple. The seat cushion just comes undone. Get some absorbent material put inside and then test it again. Of course, I will test it prior with the bass shaker and see how it is with the bass shaker. And then put something in, see if there's any trade-off or any sort of change or improvement or such. It might improve resonant the ringing sounds on the seat because of the Dayton's Aura, or is it Oro or Aura? Forget which they're called, Oro or Aura. How they sound. And if that works okay, then I'll put a dayton exciter, stick it onto the underside of the seat, on the underside, or maybe stick it on the inside of the seat and see how that works. So one be whether tested on the outside with another one on the inside, so I could switch between the two and see how it sounds. Because the idea is to really give a sound immersiveness. You know, all this BS with the overhead surround and it gives immersiveness. Oh, come on, please. I've heard all that when I was with UCI Tower Park 36 years ago. Crying out loud. But yeah, it's simple. Just play with sound frequencies and so forth, and then of course you get sound coming from the screen speakers, and they come back this way, and then some. They kind of give an immersiveness because they're far back that way, and they're coming back this way, depending on the frequencies that are in the mix. And sometimes it gives a kind of directional sound. It's simple to work out. There. You're trying to sneak around. Go up there. Go out. You're going to be naughty, are you? You're going out. You're out the room. How's that, Magic? You all right? But as it is at the moment, because the exciters are only wired up to the same JBL, the same amplifier running the JBL, so I've got no control over the levels. I still get a feel. Still get a good low end feel, depending on the mix. It's a pretty good feel. It's a pretty good feel. Genesis planet vibrating. The problem there is even though the microphones are slightly picking up front up there, if I turn the other microphones on, a little bit nearer, they'll still pick up something. It's a very unusual sound. Very unusual kind of humming. Sort of sound like a very unusual Genesis kind of quake. Genesis planet quake. Of course, most of that feel, because I'm feeling it in the seat because of the surround, I got to have, like I say, I've got to get these things fitted so they're on the floor. So when my feet are on the floor, I feel the vibration there, because when you're in something like in the real world with nature, you're standing on it, and then you feel the vibrations coming up as well as you may hear it acoustically, or, it depends. If it was a underground surface sort of thing, depending on the type of how far it's underneath the ground, what it is, what you can feel, and if you were decoupled from the ground, you won't feel it. Of course, you may still hear something, and then when you're coupled with the ground, you feel the mechanical vibration again. So it's got to have something on the floor so I feel mechanical vibration on my feet. Otherwise, it's like something is telling me there's something missing with reality and fantasy. Got to make them work, sort of thing. But it's not possible to make the broom kind of shimmer like that, or forward, back, or diagonal, do this sort of thing with the floor. That's not really. You have to have a special type of floor to do that sort of motion, sort of forward. And that's kind of easy if you think about it. That's kind of very easy to make the floor move. with a vibration, but it can only go so far, given probably what would be used. Kind of like a spring suspension, mechanical hydraulic, mini hydraulic sort of mechanical vibration system. Maybe something similar like how those D-box seat works, how those D-box seat things function, or how the same thing in a mobile phone vibrates, or in a hand controller on a Sony PlayStation game hand console thing. You feel the vibration. Gyro, I think like a gyro. I think it is like a XYZ, like a 3D, like an XYZ 3D gyro. So it gives a vibration. So that you can have some of these fitted in the floor to make certain tiles on the floor kind of move this way and then that way. So they're going full this way, but maybe or something so it can kind of circle or kind of give a square, but have a bit of a gap going around it, like a rubber installation. Or then you probably put the carpet tiles over, and so it fits and nice, and so it gives a kind of circular vibration or shimmer like that or that, whatever, this at that angle, whatever. So you get a like, oh gosh, it feels like, but without necessarily being on the same level of the magnitude of a real earthquake. Which is nature as it is, it's got a lot of energy, tremendous a lot of energy to do unimaginable destruction. Oh, what's going on? What's going on in the Star Trek? Turn the fader up. Not sure what's going on because all I can hear is the surround effects on the surround channel. If I put the center channel on, I might be able to tell what scene's playing.
Look around you! The planet's destroying itself!
All right, it's Captain Kirk giving his speech.
You fool, look around you! The planet's destroying itself!
Yes, exhilarating, isn't it? Give me what I want, and I'll consider it.
You fool, look around you! The planet's destroying itself!
Genesis! I want it!
Beam the Vulcan up! And we'll talk!
Give me what I want, and I'll consider it.
You fool, look around you! The planet's destroying itself!
Yes, exhilarating, isn't it?
I think he doesn't quite get it, does he? You know, Let's looking at what energy's in the surround. Gradually over the years, the surround channel has gradually gone a little bit lower down in frequency response. I mean, the specification with Dolby Digital has got a range from 5 to 20, 5 hertz to 20, so that's full range, and 5 to 120 on the LFE. So depending on the mix, and if you put the energy that range into all the channels, then it's up to each individual home cinema how they I don't think a movie or such should be near field mixed or have the frequency response tampered with by filtering it, when in reality, when in nature itself, it's going to have this sort of energy. Only in real life, it's a lot more powerful than than you ultimately you play it back, and it's going to be better than an average TV or a laptop or an iPhone or whatever. Because there's only so much sound you can feel on a laptop when you hold it with your hands. Hold it tight, and that you get a feel, middle frequency bass sort of feel that you feel going for it. You feel same with a phone, but it's only they're little phones, they're little piezo's or something, so they're like a disc sort of thing, this sort of little speaker. Yeah, thinking about that, this tiny. That's another thing, yeah, because there's so many different types of speaker components that could be utilized and make a customized system. Ultimately, I still want it to be totally JBL. I'm surprised JBL don't make other little. I'm surprised JBL don't make these little, like what Dayton do, little exciters, and try and make a version that's still very shallow, slim, but a little bit more, or maybe just a little bit, but get a little bit more, maybe wider diameter, and give a bit more energy. So when it's attached to a surface, because there's quite a lot of that could be done with those little things. Maybe they could be utilized not entirely through the whole system, because they can only give so much, do so much, but when they're placed in close proximities with seating or anything that may be where we will be, our feet, sort of like in this position. So one foot's on the floor, or both feet are on the floor, or one foot's like that, one foot is still on the floor, so I'd still be feeling vibration there. I've only got one other aura shaker that I can connect up, but it needs to be on its own amplifier. So there'll be ones for the seats and one for the floors. But the type of floor surface I've got is got a certain thickness. It can only do so much low frequency kind of vibration. I suppose if I try to rather than just putting it flat on this floor surface, raise it off the floor a little bit by using a few layer of rubber insulation, and then attach it down and see how that feels with the mechanical, to see if there's any difference there with the sine wave testing. I only need to get a certain vibration. I'm just trying to think if there was something else. Maybe put inside a foam, an expandable foam. I think that might create certain sort of kind of problems, but it's trial and error. How would put in a bass shaker submerged in, or put expandable foam all around it. And then once that's done, cut the expandable foam into a neat, because it'll all be all big blob, and then just get one of those blade knife things to cut around, make a square cube. Interesting. What could that be? What would that do? I wonder. Because try the the base shaker as it is in free space, mounted wherever, how, whatever. Because there's so many ways to mount it, and maybe if it was mounted high up, a base shaker, and then it's got a piece of wood that comes down attached to the flooring, because maybe the waveform would, as it travels through the wood, may give a certain vibration. Trial and error is all it is. The best science is all it is. Cook, your time runs out. All set? Klingon Commander. This is Captain Kirk. We're ready to energize. Transporter, stand by. Get a little bit of the feel in the surround on the transporter. Most of the transporter beam energies are on the screen channels. So when it engages and kicks in, it's got a bit of a jolt, got a bit of a bass jolt, got a little bit of a tickle. So hold up. This one here. Just checking if that's still connected. Not sure if it is connected. Wire must have come undone. Must have come undone on that. So I'm fully confident. So I'm just using crocodile clip. And just give it a listen to see if it's active. Yeah, that's active. So put that microphone so it's pressing into the seat a little bit there, like so. It's really technical to get it aligned. go. Get pressed in on the seat there. So I'll pick up a little bit more sound wave on the oscilloscope. I don't need these ones on there, so turn those ones off. Leave that microphone there. Got a nice, very subtle vibration on the surround on the Enterprise. Switching back and two from one spaceship to the other. Kaboom. Wow. So there's quite a bit of rumble in the seat. Reverberant. Like a reverberant rumble. Bear. Bear, you're not coming in. Last time you came in, Bear, you was naughty. And Magic is sleeping. He'll settle down in a moment. He's a naughty kitty, Bear is. There's quite a bit of wind effect there in low frequency, and it's getting the rest of the sound level on the, because it's all got to be adjusted independently, leveled, balanced. And so I suppose wind feel, because I know what that's like in reality, how that sound feels. Oh, let's get the bear out. Bear, leave the door. Go away from the door. Come. Not coming in. Naughty. You're a good boy, aren't you, Madge? Yeah, you relax. You relax, Madge. So I'm familiar with how the wind is sounding acoustically. I mean, it's not like it's blowing down my ear canal, which is one element that's missing, because you would occasionally, the wind direction will change, and occasionally you get something blowing down this side, or this, it's constantly moving and circulating. Another thing is I usually rub my hand and compare the sound of rubbing my hand to psychoacoustics to see how loud the sound is. Because I might think it's maybe a little bit too much middle range, a certain part of the frequency range, whatever it might be, and it's out of place with reality, because it's fantasy, and it's like something there. It's just needs adjusting slightly, and then it's that like, that seems right. Trial and error to get it right, I suppose. Of course, I had the speakers, of course, up at that angle. So I know reality, wind and that, it's literally there, down at this level, this level, this level, this level, all the way down to the ground level. Because you crouch down, you crouch down or get on your hands and knees and crouch down there close to the ground, you still hear it uniformly, and then you stand up and it's all like, it doesn't seem to change much. It seems very uniform. But with loudspeakers, they're not perfect. There are gaps in the sound, a tremendous amount of gaps in the surround channel. Huge amount of gaps. Huge. Most people wouldn't even start to think. They think, oh, wow, that Marvel movie was, that was exciting, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I could put on headphones and listen to the surround and balance the level while I can still hear the surrounds on these. I could plug that into the Sony there and then listen, which I might just do. Go and grab and do a psychoacoustic test. Something you can't quite do with an AVR. Just wonder if the Storm Audio can do it. I doubt it. I think it's the moment you plug the headphones in, it will just deactivate the sound on the system. Or it might still be active, I don't know. But on the Sony SDEDS, I can use what's called the cinema monitor. So I can monitor the soundtrack. So plug it into the headphone. I'll adjust the play the level. So I'll just turn the fader down a little bit on the main fader, and play it, and turn the headphone level up a little bit. Just enough. Of course, I've still got my other channels, so I'm going to have to totally mute them because they're muted on down here, the screen channel. So I've just got to go in and just mute the other channels off. So mute the left, the center, the right. And just turn the fader up. I'll play that scene back again. The scene I'm looking at With the sound partly, I can't really hear that really now much because I've got a little bit. So if I turn the headphone volume down, take the headphone off, yeah, because you know there's so much psychoacoustic masking going on there, but it just felt like I'm wearing headphones, so it didn't quite fill in the gap of the sound, because the sounds on the side walls, back walls, be it on the floor, the overhead, or the experimental overhead, because I can do things. I'm just wondering if I put the Storm audio in, because I'm going to have to figure a way how to get this system integrated with the 8-channel input on the Storm audio, or the opposite way around it. So I'd have to kind of go through a different door sort of thing and do the wiring. It's got to be done so maybe in the same way as the Denon is connected. I know that I have to see what left extra, right extra is like on it. I have to see what that's like. How long it's going to take to wire that thing up. Probably take a day to connect it all up, and testing, that is pre-testing it before I do more of a clinical alignment sort of thing, a THX alignment on it to get it all checked out, because it go through the it will be still connected to the THX sound system, so the Storm audio will be THX. See if it gets my THX approval. Looks like my cat bear is settled down on the climbing tree. Wow. Right, so unmute those channels so they go back to the... There's not a whole lot of bass that I can detect during the attack on the in the surround channel, during the Klingon attack on the USS Grissom. I know it's there. I know the bass is there. That's why it's got to be all separately amplified, and then adjusted, and then getting, I suppose, the seats kind of like those. I don't know. Maybe like those Star Trek V Final Frontier seats with a seat belt. Yeah, that's a good angle of overhead sound that's coming in. But how long the scene plays for before you visually see it, you got to hear it off screen on the overhead. But the scene is very short. from going from exterior to interior, interior to exterior, interior of the grissom to the exterior of outer space above the planet. So there's exterior, and then cuts back to interior to exterior. So a bit of a teaser that. You'd hear a kind of, even though you wouldn't because it's totally impossible, but in a fantasy world of, sci-fi, you hear partly the kind of, I suppose, the bridge part of the bird of prey coming down at kind of like coming down at that angle, pushing the air. What air? There's no air in space, but kind of, and just before you hear the thrusters that are at the aft, they'll partly be for a few seconds or so on the overhead, and then it comes on screen, and then you just have this sound that should be in space, kind of like, I suppose, gravity. So it kind of a low kind of uniform sound that's coming from the screen channel, the overhead, the side surround, and the below surround, of course, naturally. So it feels like being in space, because this is in space, this is in outer space, you know what I mean? So there's no up, there's no side to side diagonal, but it's all zero gravity. There's none of that, So you got to create that immersive low end frequency bubble effect. Well, actually, a bubble is a sphere when you think of it, and if you were to put a bubble and keep blowing it and expanding it in a room that's like this, eventually it will go like it will morph into the shape of the room, but it wouldn't. An actual bubble that you're blowing, eventually it'll pop because it will come against the surface, and then you try to push a little bit more PSI or whatever onto it, and then it loses its energy, and then it pops. Yeah, it's kind of depressing, really. It's kind of depressing. I'm thinking about it. It's very depressing. Very depressing, that. Yeah. See, most people, they're trying to find this sub-bass immersiveness. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? I suppose every sub-bass, each and every sub-bass to their own. I think on a XYZ 3D inside out, turned around, back to front in a parallel universe while in the XYZ zone all at the same time. How many people are thinking on my level? You got to think. You got to think, okay, I'm looking at a fantasy movie. There's a two-dimensional image, front focal, up there on the screen. The rest of it is in outer space. I can see that. So it should be all around. That's what they did with gravity, you see. That still looks pretty good. None of that CGI Marvel bloody BS that you see in these movies, though. That is so pure photochemical, yeah. Photochemical. So many elements there. It looks pretty good compared to other sci-fi movies going back so many years, given the restraint on the budget, technology, even though blue screen's been around for quite a while. I don't think I turned my overhead surround on. I don't think I turned the amplifiers on. How many channels of amplifiers have I got? Phew, gosh, that's a lot. 66 amplifiers, I think it is. I think it's 66 amplifiers. That's more than probably most cinemas, probably 36 years ago. It had a little bit less, of course, but things have gradually changed, haven't they? So is my overheads on? Yeah, they're on. So let's just play that again, that bird of prey. Next is doing what I'm going to call experimental below surround. That's raising the THX bar here. So I don't think a Trinov has got anything on that. But I'll see what I can do with the Storm audio when it arrives, what I could do with that, what it can do or what it cannot do. I think it might be interesting how I have the outputs and where those outputs are go to and how I would assign the sound. I'm not sure if I would be able to say create a experimental overhead with the actual Storm audio. I mean, could I take the sound from the regular surround channels and then switch those outputs to go onto the overheads that would be, assigned? Maybe do a format switching. I don't know. I have no idea. I have got no idea. Everyone says a Storm audio and a Trinov can do it or whatever. A Trinov is this price range. Storm audio's this price range. Even though the Storm is still a bit of a, well, if your missus found out, there will be a bloody storm going on. Get it? Boom, boom, boom. You paid how much you and you brought me this lousy ring. Yeah. Crazy, isn't it? I like this helmsman. This not helmsman. This communication officer. He's very, very. He's very, very well into the part. An energy surge. Locate. Sir, it's from our stern. Does he say it from the? It's from our stern.
Surge from astern, Captain.
Yeah, it's from astern.
Surge from astern, Captain.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hey, we've got no weapons. We're peaceful ship. Please don't fire. Wow. Wow. That's quite a bit of bass on the center channel. Oh, wow. wow. It's got a bit of a bass kind of mid feel there in the frequency range on the surround. But it can go deep if it needs to. But that whole thing there can be improved and such. I tell you, it was absolute. Oh, maybe try the Bird of Prey decloaking. Well, that's good sound. With the side, the overhead experimental, the seat, the SAS seats. Still a little bit more tuning. I may just get everything all tuned at once what I could do with that. It looked like the maybe the Denon. I'll have to sell it. I'll have to sell the Denon. Because I see if another owner would like it. I mean, it's been well looked after. I had to make a repair to it and put a new HDMI 4K board on it, so that's all worked out fine. No reason why it shouldn't. But never used the amplifiers on it. It's only been used as a processor. So the amplifiers will be in, well, tip-top shape, theoretically. They've never been used. But I guess that someone that might, probably use it as a processor. Maybe. It's best used as a processor, as it is. It's best used as a processor. But, push come to shove, use it as an external amplifier on it. And it's probably, if you were to couple that Denon with proper speakers like JBL Cinema, then you wouldn't have to overtaxi the amplifiers by running the damn things too much just to run low sensitivity loudspeakers, oh, I need more amplifier power. Oh, crikey. You think about what cinemas were using amplifier power wise. Oh, gosh. One cinema downtown was powering an auditorium, I think, with 40-watt amplifiers, but they were on Altec Lansing speakers or such. So those things could handle that. There was high sensitivity, so it was sufficient. But gradually, everything's falling apart. But yeah. You got the right speaker, JBL Cinema, used in good condition. Passive crossover, of course, would have to be run with it, unless you run internal amplifiers. Then you use active crossover or DSP Behringer DCXs. I don't understand why some people, they got their little home theater in a basement and they got these little Calypso speakers, really. And they got those little Calypso speakers wired up to Crown or QSC amplifiers. And the amplifier each amplifier was probably about brand new, probably about 1,500. That's not cheap. Look around on eBay, and then you get JBL Cinema speakers and you can get a bundle of them for the left, center, for a common left, center, right, for less than what the amplifier costs, and that'll play fine on the AVR. It'll play fine. The impedance and everything will play fine. Do the same with the surrounds. Of course, with the surrounds, you'd have to wire them kind of parallel series configuration, so you got multiple array going down the side, but you wouldn't be able to do a left half, right half. You wouldn't be able to do that with the AVR. It's not possible to do it. It doesn't have a special logic switching circuit like the Dolby SA10 does. And that's another thing. Would the Storm Audio be able to do left half, right half surround configuration? So if playing Dolby Stereo, say like Star Trek 3 that's playing right now, would it be able to be configured to play the same surround signal that's on the side? That's the side surround is the original surround channel signal, the side surround. The rear back, that's just something that's added in years later, but you have to configure that rear back along with the side information as well, so it mimics. You're doing the exact same sound format that if very few people, that is very few, that can remember how it was in Dolby Stereo. Most people think Dolby Stereo is just a matrix sort of thing. There's several flavors actually. There's 70mm Dolby Stereo, there's optical Dolby Stereo, Dolby Stereo Digital until they changed the logo slightly, because the train, the choo-choo train, or probably earlier ones, probably early trailers they had a Dolby Stereo Digital trailer, and then I think they did a different trailer that was just Dolby Digital. probably Dolby Digital SR trailer is pretty popular. The SR trailer, the Dolby Digital train, long version. Neon City, the Neon City of the helicopter flying through a CGI city or something. The Canyon, flipping loud. You got to turn the fader down half. What you got to turn the fader down to about probably 4. You know, it's got to turn it down minus 10 dB or something, and then play the film back at 0. You know, you set up a system, you set your volume at 0 dB, and then you adjust. You got your amplifier levels all set, boom, max level, and then you adjust the gain levels on the receiver, on the AV. You adjust the gain levels until you got 75, 85 on the SBL. And then it's a little bit more than that. You've still got a lot more adjusting to do. Otherwise, most people got their levels all set on their gain levels on their most of their mine are all set too, but they're all controlled mostly through the THX sound system, so I can adjust the levels. I can adjust the levels there. So yeah, I'll just bang it up to put it up at 0 dB. Use that fader there, or I can use this fader here. No, I can't use that fader. So turn it down. The sound is still on because I'm running through the CP750. Let's see, this is what I've got to do with the Storm Audio. I've got to make sure it's going to still behave like I got the Den on, but the Storm Audio is going to do just a little bit more whatever. Just a pack of electronics at the end of the day. the more things surround the same. I'll see. I'm the perfect candidate. I'm perfect listener. I know what to look for, know what to listen for, know what to feel for. So that meaning I know what to look for. Like I can see this scene here. I can see how it is. If everything's on screen, his footsteps shouldn't be where his mouth is. Okay, his footsteps should be a little bit lower down. You know, you need this. I don't know why. This proper multi-screen channel with below surround channel is not being implemented. You can't call for accessible technology to be really. For a technology to be really successful, it's got to be able to, do it all. Even though at the end of the day, reality, nature itself still can't be fooled. It still can't be touched. But at least it'll give a proper acoustical approximation. And then, as he's moving around and as the scene changes and goes in for close-ups, like there, the footsteps should still be lower down. And this scene here, where he's close up, that's like being me close next to someone. I will hear their footsteps below me. They wouldn't be up here, even though I hear the sound, but those footsteps in nature, reality, are below. Otherwise, it sounds like bloody hell actors are walking around with a bloody shoe stuck in their mouth. And music as well sometimes. You got to think, how things are, how to. It's all these little kind of problematic decisions to make. Let's just go back to that bird of prey again. So I can feel a low end in the surround. I can feel a low end kind of shape vibration. Just mute it, just to check, because might be my nerves playing me illusions. Oh no, it's definitely a kind of vibration there. So what's it sound like when it decloaks? There's a kind of upper middle bass, kind of roary, reverberant. If everything else were tuned, I could, to take down some of the middle range frequencies so they aren't too harsh, loudish on the ear. The very high frequencies, they can stay, they're above 8 kilohertz, or anything above 8 kilohertz can stay up at the top, or has to be adjusted so it's up there, and all the other frequencies are stepped down. So otherwise you're not going to notice any high frequencies at all. The high frequencies could be completely down there. You wouldn't even notice them. You'll just notice maybe the occasional little bit at 8 kilohertz or something, when there's a little bit more there, and you got to adjust its shape and get it up so the high highs are up here. So you can just perceive them, and all the rest of it would be down there, and the lower end would be kind of there, and it should give energy. But yeah, I could do that. But if I put the other screen channels on, that bird of prey is going to, when it decloaks. But there's a problem with this. Because it's visually up there on screen, kind of looking, like I say, there's no up, down, side, back, front in outer space. It's all zero G gravity. It's all weightless. We're kind of perceiving the bird of prey up that angle, but you never know. It might be down at this angle. But it just, there's something about with the decloaking and part of that sound on the surround. Just I don't know. Even if it was in an oxygen atmosphere, it still wouldn't make sense hearing it on the. It depends on if it was totally overhead, or the sound's got to appear somewhere on the screen, and as it gradually moves and goes off screen, sorry, and then goes off screen, you'd hear the sound following, moving, but it's still good. So a little bit of LFE there, a little bit of the baby boom. So you wouldn't really call it LFE, referring it to LFE for this film. It'd be baby boom, Sort of sound pressure on the high range. Not very loud on the DBA. So, as it is playing, it's barely giving 70 dBA. So, it's not like it's, sounding. I'll just mute it. It's not like it's sounding like a drill on hammer mode, going with a masonry drill, going into a brick wall now at 100 dBA. You'd have to have earplugs and ear defenders on. Then you can work comfortably when you're doing the drilling without, don't be macho, any of that macho stuff. Wear the earplugs and the ear defenders. And then you can do that quite happily without having to worry about, because that's like arc welding without a bloody face bloody shield on, for Christ's sake. You get blinded. Blimey, that spaceship got blown to smithereen. Wow. And that's another good bit, because there's so many debris going around. Boom. And there's literally debris going out in every, at a constant speed, at the speed, the velocity they're going at, it'll just keep going on at that speed in zero gravity. Yeah, until they get pulled into a planet orbit and burn up or whatever. Yeah, they're just boom. Yeah. And there's the other bits of debris. Okay, the thruster on that bird of prey there. You see all these debris down here. Of course, they'd be on the screen up there if it projected. All those debris are going on into the below surround zone. You know, so you got to be here and look at it, and then I should be kind of like briefly, because they're not on screen for a very long time. Got to look at maybe the other pyrotechnic, like all the little blue things going off, and it have a sort of sparkly sort of kind of, and that as well as along there, and of course overhead as well. So it's kind of like a circular sort of sparkly effect in multi-zoned array stereo pan through, so it just moves literally through speaker to speaker to speaker to speaker to speaker to speaker to speaker with an atmosphere, with a space rumble-y kind of like gravity was, you know, with that kind of low rumble effect. But still get a good feel with still get a bit of a good feel with the exciter on the seat. Oh, it's getting a bit loud now. Check the SPL level on there. Wow. I only went up to about 75 dBA. But it's like, what part of the frequency range is pushing the reading level up to about 75 dBA? There might be some, there might be if you got high frequencies, if system mistuned or misaligned, sometimes you can get a false reading because there might be some very high frequency there, and it's pushing the needle up a little bit, so to speak. And if you gradually, carefully go through the spectrum of the frequency and then do the adjusting, and then you can see then, right, the needle's backing down slightly because there's a little bit too much, you know, high frequency there, but leave it also, and then go back to the other channels and then just lower them down and then observe the needle movement until you got something like because don't forget the very, very high frequencies right up there. They're not going to be that loud. They're not going to be that loud until you tune it and amplify it, and those frequencies then are loud. So you can play if there's some high frequency in the mix and it's moving and it's going from the up to the high range. It's a very sort of controversial subject, I think. But yeah, I wasn't too bad. It was loud, exciting, but not ear piercing. Not like down bloody town at that bloody Odeon, for Christ's sake. I've got to wear earplugs. It's so damn deafening. Why can't they adjust the bloody system, for Christ's sake? I don't think they made a proper EQ or tuning adjustment. I mean, the bass range down there is pitiful. You can't feel most of the bass that's coming from the screen channel or anything that I can distinguish with, like Foley body punches and all that, and get those impacts. Occasionally you get a little boom on the blooming LFE, and I think, oh, is that all this system can do? I've heard the future of sound, and that was THX at the Empire Leicester Square. I heard the future. I've seen these movies so many times in optical Dolby Stereo downtown. Maybe Star Trek 2 in 70mm when it played. Star Trek Motion Picture 35 optical. And all the rest of the other ones were optical 35. The only one that played at the time, was Star Trek 2. Later years, and then they had 70mm showings, Star Trek 5 and Star Trek 6. But how did they compare? Substandard to Empire Leicester Square, okay, but lacking the bass, lacking the impact, lacking the depth, the slam, the kick. It was just okay. That's it. Still high quality. I think these space dock doors are a bit rumble on the surround.
Danger. Space doors are closed. Danger. Danger. Space doors are closed. Danger. Danger. Space doors are closed. Danger.
And switch it to C weighting scale. Oh, wow. That was good. It's like feeling a decompression or such, like when the door's breaking the seal. I could feel oomph like it was air, but how can there be an air? It's in low Earth orbit. There's no flipping air. And there wouldn't be any air inside that, there wouldn't be any air in there. It'd be totally airless, because it's zero gravity. There wouldn't be any air. But I could feel like an oomph in the surround there. Very low level, but an oomph. Oh, right that there. Just when those doors I can feel like a low end. right there in the surround. Can't tell how low down in the frequency because I need to put it on the Spectrum Lab. See where the frequency is at. Nice, good bit of bass mid. Wow. I feel partial overhead when the Excelsior is sort of coming in, so it kind of comes in like that. It sort of comes in over the camera, over the scope screen, coming from off screen to on screen. Of course, a lot of the bass is over the screen channel, a heck of a lot of it. The LFE is only active for just a few moments when the space dock doors open, which complements the directional low end on the screen channel left, right, and of course the center, which is all totally mixed, all discreetly and engineered. As it's sounding with the mix at the moment, I'm hearing sound as if it's kind of behind me, that way, slightly in front of me, and that's just from the surrounds. But other certain sounds that are playing that may have different frequency range, layers of certain soundtrack level, layers of certain soundtrack layers and such, and mix. I may sort of like think, yeah, I can hear the gaps between the surround speakers. I can see the gaps. I can see the gaps with my eyes. I'll be able to hear it if I was blindfolded. I'll be able to hear the gaps. It just depends on what's playing there in the mix. If there's a good bit of low end and middle bass, and it seems almost uniform. Hear all the little sounds bleeping on the Excelsior, all the little computers bleeping and tweaking, and the atmosphere, while the sound is a little bit different on the screen channels with other certain sound effects that are playing over on stage left, right, and differences in the center channel and music score. Foley footsteps. Wow. See, I don't know. I look around how many home theatre people there are today, and I can look quickly at them, and I can see roughly how old they are. And I can tell that person instantly has missed the THX boat. I can tell quite easily. If you're born around about a certain year during the 1990s, you missed the real THX boat, the real THX. The one that's around today, it's not like what it once was. It's not like what it once was. But you missed it, and there are very few THX cinemas around now worldwide. There are very little of them around now. I doubt that THX will survive even another 10 years. It will phase out. They'll probably keep it a little bit maybe for doing this stupid computer thing. That's if they change hands, it goes to a different partner, another different, change hands from that bloody razor. I mean, they're not doing it any bloody favor. I don't think I don't think who's at THX today, and they do this text thing sometimes, and I don't think they're taking it serious anymore. It had once a quality of seriousness, because you go back and you listen to how the state of cinema sounded from one cinema to another, and there'd be only very few premier type cinemas that are geared to play 30 and 70 mil, 35 and 70. There'd be very few, but even then, some of those were probably a little bit, but THX pushed that bar up high. And it's sad. It really is. The state of cinema sound today might be digital and all that, but it sounds like it's gone backwards, back to the 1970s all over again. Why would I say that? I wouldn't say that if I didn't think that. I've heard it downtown. It's like, bloody hell, this is just deafening, for God's sakes. Where's the bass? Where's the adrenaline? Every time they got a bloody Bond movie down there, I've got to wear the bloody earplugs. For 3 bloody hours. Put the earplugs in, take them out, put them in, oh, Christ's sake. God, give up. What time is it? It's a little bit too early. It's a little bit too early yet to. I could put the screen channel base. I could put the screen channel on, but I'll have to regulate the level down a little bit. Otherwise, it's still a little bit too early. Early hours in the morning. So I've still got to have my system have to be connected up to a Storm Audio so I can make adjustments, for a DCX, because to jump into a Storm Audio and make those adjustments, that's going to take, well, I'll probably stopwatch it when I get it. I'll probably do a very thorough few test videos, probably a little bit more thorough than Gene DeSella's Audioholics. I'll go beyond him. You see, he's probably a guy that may have experienced THX in its day, but I think he might have totally forgot what those movies sounded like, because he's a kind of Star Trekker guy, isn't he? But I'll go way a bit above him on the testing, because I'll be more curious to what I'm buying and what it can do and what it cannot do. I'll be quite surprised if it still has the same glitches with the Dolby DSU with the center channel. I'll be very surprised, because it doesn't sound right. It sounds whooshy. When music's playing, it sounds like it's unstable, like it's like you got a phase control and it's being regulated like this, turning and turning, makes a It's unstable sort of thing. Play it through a proper Dolby Stereo Pro Logic, it's stable. Play it through a DTSX, Neural X, it's stable. So it's the software on the it's the software. They fixed the glitch with the center signal plus signal phasing out on into the left and right and into the surround and the overhead, whatever. Well, that overhead actually, that signal is on the left and right. That's how the decoder works. So that's why it was going on the overhead and all that. When it's native on the overheads, it's totally discrete. It's totally a different ball game. But as the DSU, it was, oh dear, it was a holy bloody mess. It was. I'd be surprised if I connected the Marantz AVR up to see whether that's got the same glitch, because the other Marantz AVR that I bought before the Denon, that I never did any other firmware update on that AVR. So I'll be surprised if it's got a glitch, or if it's not there. I don't know. But I know what to look for, I know what to listen for, I know what to feel for, and I've got damn good memory. As long as nothing else falls on top of my head, because my left side of my face feels out of phase with my right side. It's like out of phase. This feels weird, this side, even though I've got feeling in it. It's not sagging like, like that. Like, I had a stroke. Raise hands and look, eyes, light, like look into the light, lift that, now do that. That's okay. But it feels weird this side because I've had so many head injuries this side. So I have no idea. CAT scan said it looks okay. I think the CAT scan needs to be checked again. And then once it's checked again, it needs to be checked another time. Because if I was doing a check or test on stuff, I would think, I don't know, there's something not right about that. It's like Mr. Spock in Star Trek. He says, "We can see it, Captain. Our sensors say it's there, but it isn't there." So you got sensors that are telling you something, but is something weird going on, something strange. You can't quite put your finger on.
Stand by, track and beam.
Whoa, let me just turn that screen base down a bit. Just turn it down a little bit.
Clear space.
Wow.
Clear space.
Wow, that's cool. I could just mute the screen channel because the whole overall level. Bear, go and settle down on the cat climbing tree. You're not coming in. Because Bear will only start trying to go behind my projection screen. That's why I got a third injury on my head. He's trying to kill me, my cat. He's Damien. You're not coming in, Bear. Bear, you stop scratching at the door. Let me in. Let me in. No, you're not coming in, Bear. Magic's relaxing. Bear, will you go away from the door and stop pulling? Go away. Go on. He's scooted in. Oh, the little bugger. No, Bear. No, Mr. Bear. Come on. No, come on. Out. Come on. All right, go on there. No, all right, out. It's the bloody reason why I bloody go behind my projection screen. I've been behind that. Oh dear. Not even 100 times. I haven't even been behind it 100 times with the new JBL. Been behind it so many other times, never had an incident. And then bloody thing falls on my head. 50 bloody pound bloody JBL speaker. 50 bloody pound. Bam, blood. Barely bloody called the paramedics. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I'd be dead. He's dead, Jim. Oh.
Main doors are closed. Danger. Main doors are
Wow. Oh, it feels like a bass quake. That's easily getting up to 100 dB without a bit of sweat. I don't know how many watts I'm pushing on that, but it's neither here or there. Whole system's about 40 kilowatt. What do I need with 40 kilowatt, for crying out loud? You don't play it at the full, definitely it'll be instantly fuck your hearing up. But acoustically, how many watts? I haven't cared to take that measurement. Of course, the audio limiters on the DCX, I can set the audio threshold limiter to about minus 24 dB. I believe the Storm Audio is minus 3 dB to about 0. I don't understand that. I just do not understand why it's got an audio limiter threshold at minus 3. That's got to be wrong. I got to actually get the thing and see what it actually does, to see if it actually does do that. Otherwise, I think that's kind of weird. Of course, the whole system will be pushing out, I guess, about up to plus 4 dBu. So it'll be pushing the level out high. Whereas I can get the level input on this to register high. But the output level on the SDDS, the output levels are set to minus 10 dB. Unless I get a computer that's Windows XP, load the remote software, and then readjust back the output, which is on the lower part of the card here, down here on the analog output. The middle card is for the SDDS decoding. I forget what the top card is for. But this card down here, I can see where the relays are located. If I could manually trick those relays and trigger them to click, because the relay switch would go from minus 16, minus 10, and then plus 4 dBu. And I've had it set at plus 4 dBu at one time, many years ago, when I had the computer to work on it. Played Die Hard AC3 Laserdisc. Oh, it's too bad I didn't have the JBL speakers I got now, because bloody hell was it bloody loud. Otherwise, level output is going out from there is a high level. Level output on there would be going at a high level. The DTS could go up to about plus 4 dB, but it's set at minus 10 because the input level to here can't really exceed that level, otherwise it starts distorting. So it's got to be set at the correct level. I've got to make this whole system work with the Storm audio. Ah, great. I think my audio limiters are kicking in. I think the audio limiters are kicking in on there.
Danger. Train doors are closed. Danger. Train doors are closed.
Yeah. So I got the audio limiters threshold set pretty low. So if I wanted to adjust the system so I can get more max bass, even on the softest, quiet part of the movie, and so when the very loud, those bit scenes come in, they'll be relaxed. Don't do it. When you want a dynamic, relax. Don't die with it when you want to. So they're kept calm. Keep calm, Otherwise, you'd just be reaching for the fader and turning the fader down. And there's another way of going around it. There's another way of going around this. Several ways. Several ways going around it. I mean, most people probably don't analyze the soundtrack very well. You got to listen to all the little softest bits in the soundtrack or what's going on. You got to kind of think like, wonder what's going on all these layers of soundtrack elements that are playing. How many soundtrack elements are playing on this movie? It's all magnetic sound. It's all magnetic on 35mm strips running through a machine room and then being mixed. So onto a final print master or print masters they make and release prints. And what else do they do? Then optical prints as such. You've got to make optical prints, do a mix on that. Wow, this looks so brilliant, this movie. No CGI, no CGI, no CGI, no CGI. Photochemical, wow, photochemical. Man, that's such a cool model, that. I mean, all this little bit here, I mean, that's just a big, large scale part of the space station model. And it's just the camera zoomed in on it. And the way it still has all this, what they call it, asmec painting. So it looks like the Enterprise. It's got that sort of asmec painting style. I don't know what Bear is doing. Bear, go away. Come. You're not coming in. No. Come. You're a naughty kitty. Magic's a good cat. He's a good cat. We don't like the bear, do we, Bear? Magic. We don't like the bear. He's this Antichrist. He's the devil's kitty. Satanic rites of bear. Oh, the magic. You want to go out there and play World War III on the streets with Van Bear? I got more motivation to hiss at Bear. He's a friggin' luxury. Okay, go on, go out there. Go on. Come on, close the door. Wants to go and play with the bear. Oh, I've got to get all this cable off the floor. I think I'll do that when I get the Storm audio installed. Most of this cable will be going up for a cable trunking up there, an extra, so I'll take all the cables plus all the other cables going through the hole. Gosh, I don't know how many cables, hundreds. I need to put a counterbalance on this bloody. I need to put a bit of a weight on there. So when the boom arm is out extended, it kind of leans. So it needs a bit of a counterbalance weight on the end. Something simple, like a bit of something simple, just put on the end. Something very simple. Just so it's got a few ounces of weight.
Cleared space doors.
Wow. Oh, that bass on the screen. Stage channel left. Oof. It's interesting. Turn my head slightly. Yeah, I can hear it. Hear the bass wave from turning this direction to turning this direction slightly, just by a few. How many degrees is that? 10, 20, 30, 40? Could it be 40 degree? Wow. Yeah, James Horner, he doesn't slouch on the bass, you know what I mean? Stage right. Wow. It's very raw and rumbly and grouchy. Bit like when my cats are having a standoff. They're growling and grouching. Wow. Wow. What SPL is that giving? And then, it's comparing frequency and what SPL is that giving? So very calm. 80 dB. It's very calm 80. That's fader at 5.4, so I'll bring it up to 7. Of course, I've got the THX levels turned down as well. So let's just put those levels at level there at 0. The other output levels are at plus 15. Plus the audio limiter is engaged. Plus it then goes to the THX sound system, which is also a crossover and a preamp. So I can get more there, but then I've got to have not too much of it because I've got to put that level into the amplifier. Whoa. Heard the audio limiting functioning there. I naturally jolt because I'm bass sensitive. So when it gets the rocker chair sort of thing, it kind of gets the bass approval. Because the regular seats downtown and regular films playing, the biggest dynamic range playing maybe give me a little, maybe a tickle, but when comparing these films then to the THX at the Empire and 70mm, it was a different ball game. Just take the audio limiter compressor. Just adjust the threshold level up a little bit. So I'm coming up a little bit rather than bringing it down. Damn. Whoa. Flipping heck. I can feel it in my stomach. When the Enterprise is going through those space dock doors, I can feel the rumble going into my stomach. That's not bad. Like I say, you just go eBay and you get your JBL cinema speakers, very cheap. If you got to look around, you just got to look around, If you look for any of the present ones, the current models, like any of the dual bass cab ones, or even if it's a single bass cab, those prices will still be a little bit high. Whereas the ones I got are similar to, or they are the same as a local cinema if they're still using the 4673. And the cab size is a pretty large, deep size. I got those so cheap. All 5 of those speakers behind my screen is cheaper than a single M&K little dinky THX speaker. Ridiculous. What they can charge that for a little speaker, it's absurd. And you got to buy 3 of them. And the price just goes way up. And then you got to buy a few more for the surrounds. And then you got to buy the bloody sub bass thing. Maybe if it's M&K. If you're into M&K, there's nothing wrong with M&K. It's just, I think it's just a little bit BS because they brand it Star Wars speakers. Really. If you got a room that's larger than mine, there's no reason why some JBL professional won't fill the room. No reason. If cinemas, JBL controls nearly 85% of the cinema market, as well as dubbing stages. That's what movies are mixed on. That's what they're reproduced on, played back on at cinemas. M&K, they're not. Those little speakers are only used for like a little editing suite for like doing post-production sound and such, of like sound effects editing, and such. It's not used for final mix. The speakers, you put them up at a far away up behind the 20 meters away, they just wouldn't be able to do it. They might as well just be good as a kind of like being used as a HF horn. You just cross off the frequency at maybe 200 hertz or something with a steep 24 dB filter, and they'll only be as good as a HF horn. HF horns are probably cream those little M&Ks. Bloody HF horns are about this bloody size, and M&K speakers about maybe C, similar size, but probably not even the same weight. And I don't like the M&K speakers, the way the bass driver's down one side, and then you got the tweeters down one side. It looks a little bit odd. Maybe turn it round this way. Oh, that looks okay now. But then the tweeters are up here and the bass drivers are there. But then you go to a cinema, the bass drivers are all here and the HF horn's up here, and it's angled and it beams the sound down over the audience. Look for JBL 4673s or 4675. If your room is wide as 20 feet, 4675As. Oh, but the problem is, you probably not experienced those speakers at a cinema. You probably don't. You might have blind listening. When you go to a cinema, you're effectively blind listening. You may see the surround speakers, but you don't know what the screen speakers are. You may assume they are JBL, because I could see JBL, or I could see QSC, or I could see maybe Martin Audio, or very rare, I would think, Calypso speakers. These Corrix speakers, don't think you'd see any of them in the UK. Maybe Australia. But then you probably get some JBL in Australia, so I don't know, and other things. But then you don't know where the positioning of those speakers are behind the screen, so you assume they might be that speaker brand, but you can't see where they're placed. So you're blind listening. So we'll come round here, they'd think, good gracious, what the bloody hell have you got behind that screen? If I were to compare those to a little smaller, cheap version JBL HT1F, they were kind of like the thing back in the 1990s, early 90s, along with M&K, along with, I think, no, not just M&K, I think something called Snail. I've seen a snail crawl along the floor. Macintosh, B&W. I think probably the best looking ones out of the whole lot, probably maybe those B&Ws. Those B&Ws look pretty sleek. They look pretty cool. And you can get them really cheap now on eBay. But I wouldn't waste my money. I wouldn't waste my time. I'll just get some JBL Cinema Professional. Why stop? You know, I can make those speakers sound small and tiny if I want to. It's easy. Just the crossover. I'll just quickly go down here on the crossover, even though it's going out to the THX, and I can just readjust the crossover filters and everything and make those speakers sound almost like they sound like the TV speakers. Piss easy. And then I can just open them up to full range. They play full range. Every speaker in this room is not crossovered at. It's all playing as it should be in a cinema. Full range. Who dares wins. I mean, I've seen one home theater. I don't know why he's using those speakers. I mean, they're a little bit on the high price range, I think. They're like a line array or a source array, whatever. And they've got this very unusual curved angle. Don't know why I just didn't go on eBay and get some secondhand proper what's used in the actual cinema. Because you wouldn't see those speakers used in a cinema. Even though I think some have, but they're probably experimenting to see where they can go with it. But what I've heard in the past with these classics, brilliant. But you've got to keep watching the eBay. Focus and just keep watching and watching, putting in the keywords and just watching. Because the moment those speakers pop up, people like me or others, as soon as they see them, I'm gonna grab it. I take no prisoners. No prisoners. No prisoners. Lawrence of Arabia. That's why I got all my other my overheads. I haven't seen these JBL 8330As now cheap as what I saw a few years ago. Those were ridiculously cheap, and I grabbed the whole lot before anyone else could because I knew how many I'd needed. And then someone else managed to get two more of them, or one of them, or whatever, and that left me like, damn. And I had to keep looking around. I found one more on eBay USA, cheap. Postage, I thought was reasonable, considering the size, the weight, and then when it's all packaged, and that puts a little bit more size and weight on, that was reasonable. But now the prices are just gone flipping right back up again. It's when a cinema closes down, and there will be a lot of cinemas closing down soon. And that's the time when you grab it. You know, sounds very vicious. But that's just the way it is, I suppose. Not that I like it, but that's just the way it is. It's not that I like it. So you just got to wait for a certain cinema chain. It's like Cineworld is kind of like a candidate to frizzle out. The moment they frizzle out, a lot of the equipment is going to be all stripped out, and it's going to go into a cinema supplier warehouse, and then it'll be sorted through, and then it'll be up on eBay probably maybe a month or a couple of months, and it'll be up on eBay very cheap, because they just want to they probably want it to go to some private little cinema or independent little cinema kind of sort of thing. And the prices are going to be relatively low, because they don't want that bulk stuck around their warehouse. Like some people have probably got big warehouses and they still got equipment, and they're still asking, they want $400-500 for like something like a Dolby CP65. Very few. It's probably digital is probably around about that range. Digital is probably about that range, and 3570 is probably about this range now. But it's the real thing. And some of those that are 3570 are probably also catered to play digital. So is it a big deal to get bass? Big bass. Is it a big deal? No, it's not. Because in reality, two people talking, you don't feel their bass pressing against your body. You just don't. It just doesn't happen. Unless you put your hand on their shoulder, and then you can feel the vibration. You can feel or put them on their chest, and you can feel the vibration. If they make some obnoxious boomy sound, it might be just the proportion, just a little bit, that you could just about sense. But yeah, but you gotta have still a good bass. You gotta have a good bass. I think bass is very cheap and inexpensive. Frequency range 5 Hz to 20. I don't think it stops at 5 Hz. I think it must go down a little bit below that, unless they got a complete filter that's like 48 dB at 5 Hz, and it won't go any lower than that. Otherwise, I think I'd play a sine wave through the system, and I could still just see a little bit. Oh yeah, I can still see a little bit going on here at 4.5 Hz. Until eventually the system can't, be interesting to see what the frequency response coverage range is on the Storm audio. So I have to do some, I have to do some frequency test sweeps, of course. I'm not sure if the Storm audio can do the multi-channel stereo. That's what I use to align all the speakers in the system, because it duplicates the same sound. So all I have to do is mute these channels, do a frequency sweep, and so forth. I could do it on the overheads, the below surround, the sub bass, the bass shakers. I just mute this channel, but I could do a frequency sweep, blah blah blah, without having to buy a test Atmos demo disc. I don't have to buy that. That testing has been on the AVR, staring at you. You just have to put the REM through it, and then you can start doing all the frequency sweeps on all the surrounds and everything, and then the whole lot all at once, and see what that looks like, and then compare that whole lot, then that frequency curve, to the sub bass LFE, and yeah. I could test it electronically, or I can test it acoustically in the room. But will the Storm Audio have something like a multi-stereo? It might have something similar, but I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the whole sound output processing things that it can do. It says it's got Dolby, Oro, DDSX, DDS Pro, I think, but I don't think I'm going to be using it. I might give it a little listen, but I don't think I'm going to be widely using DTSX Pro. I don't like some of the DTSX mixes, or whatever they are. They sound a load of rubbish. Apollo 13, total waste of time. Some of the sound effects have been removed from it, so that's a waste of time. Men in Boys Bad Part 3 with slapping Will Smith, or whatever the bloody hell that movie is. Oh, that is just god awful. Worst bloody overhead sound continuity I've ever bloody listened to, or one of many worst bloody sound continuity on that. Was a bloody mess. So that's probably a no. Just because it's got Limax on it, and just because they advertise in Limax on a bloody AVR, everyone thinks they jump on it, don't they? Because most of them go to Limax cinemas, or the odd few an IMAX. But then that IMAX might be also geared up for Limax. You know, they have the 70 and the Limax as well. So you wouldn't know sometimes if you go in there, if you're watching the real thing or if you're watching Limax. You don't see THX on these receivers much now. At least you can switch that functionality on for any movie sound format, whereas the Limax is only reserved for DTSX. Big bloody deal. Oh, it looks like a crossover filter switching on and off. So that's the difference in the frequency. Oh, right, okay, yeah. Bit of a scam that is. It's probably still a near field mix. Oh dear. How many titles have they got on Limax Blu-ray 4K? Probably about that many compared to everything else. I think it's one format I don't think I need on an AV receiver. It's like you buy cinema processors back in their day, their Dolby processors, mainly Dolby processors. And then the 1990s came along, and then DTS and SDDS, cinema digital sound, then and then Dolby Digital, and then DTS, SDDS. And you got all these different processors. So if you got anything like a complex cinema playback system for 35 and 70, you'd have a CP200, you'd have probably a DTS decoder, an SDDS, and the SDD, the DTS will be connected into probably maybe the CP200 on one of the additional auxiliary inputs, and then that'll be then connected into the Sony SDDS, because the SDDS will be the prime fader level. As long as it's set at 0, and you can still use the fader on the CP200 depending on how you feel about it. There's nothing like the feel of an actual CP200 fader. I mean, that's a classic. This processor was just made in time for The Empire Strikes Back. Think about that now. Think about that now. Think about that. A lot of Star Wars home theater fanatics out there, but think about that now. That was just made before. That came out just a couple of months before The Empire Strikes Back. And how many cinemas would have been installed with a CP200 back then? Some would still be using maybe a CP100. But the CP200 exceeded that. CP100 only was around for a few years, where the CP200 is still around to this day. That was made in 1980. And it's still around in selected cinema today. There's no other cinema processor that can handle 70mm. Certainly not a Trinov. Doesn't have magnetic preamps in it or whatever, but you figure a way out around it and you think, yeah, it's feasible. You can get the signal into it. If it's electronic or that, you can get a signal in. Just got to make some modifications. It's the other things that are kind of like really faded away. The cinema digital sound, the CDS. Only a few titles, only a few titles released. For the Boys, Edward Scissorhand, Terminator 2, Final Approach, Days of Thunder, The Doors, I think. I think I'm doing pretty well there, considering I'm not even looking at this on IMDb. Just trying to remember the titles. Dick Tracy. I'm slowing down, but yeah, 7 titles there. That's not bad. It's probably a little bit more than that, but that was it. It wasn't any more than 20 titles or anything. Not even any more than 15, I don't think, because it wasn't backward compatible, because they made one folly mistake. They didn't put an analog soundtrack on it. So if it were to break down, it's got nothing to fall back on. And the cinema's there with silent sound, like you got to get the girl up there playing the piano. And someone making sound effects and something.
Range 2,000 kilocalories. Stand by to transfer energy to weapons. At my command.
Wow.
Range 2,000 kilocalories. Stand by to transfer energy to weapons. At my command.
That's just on the center channel. No echo in this room. No echo. No echo. It's a bit like an anechoic chamber, semi, like, I don't give a damn if there's some bass reverberation in the room. What the fuck? What am I going to do? Build up bass traps right up in the corner of the room? Make it so it's so stuffed? Yeah, I could do that. I've got enough bass traps. I've got enough bass traps to sink a battleship. Just never used them. I've only put a few of them up in the corners. But I've still got bundles more that came in with the packing with all this other stuff. Must have about 20 bass traps or something. I could probably put some of them maybe up in the corners, up in the front of the room, behind the screen. That may just do a tiny fraction at a certain frequency range, but there's no echo. Other than anything, other than what will be reflective. That's reflective. That'd be reflective there. There's quite a few things I can look around and I can see that it will have reflective property on it. If you had a gigantic large piece of carpet, I mean really big, light size, yeah, and you need a few people, of course, to do the project sort of thing. And if you were to put it against a certain part of the building outside at night time and then clap your hand, you're not going to hear that echo pinging back and reflecting on the wall where you're at, because it would be slightly absorbed. Now then, if you could do that with everything outdoors and grow moss all over the buildings and grow ivy and all that, it would be like an absorbent property. It will make the outside world sound from that loudness probably down to about that level. It will cut it down by so much because of all the street traffic noise and such. It will just bring the level down because everything's a lot of reflectivity. Road surfaces are all reflective. You have a vehicle going along an actual road surface versus going at the same speed on a terrain that may be sand or whatever. It will have a different sound frequency.
There.
Wow. Just got to play that bit where Captain Kirk's kicking the Klingon. I mean, this was like Sensor Round meets THX sound system at the Empire. This planet quake was just breaking apart, and it was just like, whoa. I haven't felt bass like this since Sensor Round days. Only this is a lot better. Bear. Oh, Bear. I'm not coming in, Bear. You're naughty kitty. You got all this bass rumbling across the screen channel, and Captain Kirk's kicking the living daylights out of that Klingon. You got to look at the levels that are playing. Also got the center channel muted. You got to listen to all the textures and levels in the bass. At least I am. I just relived this movie over and over because that THX at the Empire was a game change. It was a game change. Never mind about what this Trinov's trying to push at the moment with this bass wave, double bass. It was just a demo room on a trade floor in Barcelona. 16 subs. I've heard 8 of them at the Empire, plus the screen channels, plus the surround bass as well. I've heard all that. I felt all that back in '89. Trying to teach an old dog new tricks. But I suppose it is like a mystery still to but then you got to have a room that size of what they had in Barcelona, which is not a very big room, actually. It's a very small room. You got to have a room that size and then put the same equivalent speakers, same. And would it give the same approximation? You got to be a special kind of person that can remember how it felt, how it sounded, how it felt, what I was looking at with a scene in a particular part of a movie, this particular scene, and then I just loop that sound, that image, the feeling. I just loop it over and over and over and over, kind of like a human RTA REM. Wow, it wouldn't be brilliant to have REM around 1989 and laptops that are affordable that have got Spectrum Lab on it, because that is such a brilliant tool. Spectrum Lab goes right down to 0 hertz and it's designed for radio astronomy. I could have had that to monitor the frequency response within the auditorium, but it's only going to tell me the whole soundtrack level. It's not like turn off these channels and that channel and that, and then just so I can monitor what's going on with this center channel and then mute it and put the left and right on so I can monitor what's going on there. But this is as close as it will get. This is as close as it will get to 70. Wow. Wow. Let's put the center in. Mute the left and right and put the center in.
I have had enough of you!
God, that's brutal. So let's just take the bit of the audio limiting off. Of course, got to do these little things carefully because you've got to monitor levels with your SBL. You've got to know what the speaker's doing, be able to capable of doing the amplifier levels so you're not clipping and all that. But when you got something like 20 15-inch JBL bass drivers, 4675s and a THX Bafflewart, the Empire Leicester Square, you don't ask too many questions. You're just like, gosh, golly. But you want to ask those questions, because I'm kind of curious how this is put together, how this was engineered. Even though the Empire had a bit of an echo. It was not like I couldn't understand the dialogue from where I was sat. If you're sat in a specific area in the auditorium, the echo does come over the top of you. And by the if you got loud or not, you got long passages of dialogue that are spoken every few seconds, the overlapping that you hear, it's not enough time to understand. And then you get this, gosh, it's like listening to about maybe 10 people on a CB radio all over modding each other. And it's like, well, this signal here, I can just about hear out of all the others because his signal's going up a little bit higher because he's obviously using a little bit of power. So his signal's coming, and his radio, that is his modulation, his reception, receiving the clarity, we call it, say, radio 5 is about the max, or your radio 1. You say, not very intelligible. Oh. Wow. Got my SPL down there. It's a lot better with the actual with 4 15s per screen channel. It's a lot better with, because you double the impact. You double the impact ridiculously, realistically, vividly, exaggerated as well. And it's like raising the soundtrack. The soundtrack is going beyond even the soundtrack's normal lowest level of frequency capability, that sort of thing. Oh, that thud. It kicks. Boom. Yeah, a poor Klingon. Wow. Holy shitballs. That's a deep low. Flipping out. See, I can see there's Spare Change guy on YouTube, right? And he's got his Senate channel hooked up to, I think he's changed his speakers now, hasn't he? Yeah, I thought he said he was going to do an update on the video of what he's going to change, and I think he's probably done the video, but he hasn't uploaded it or whatever. Don't know why he's changed from one speaker brand over to another, but I just don't know why he just doesn't get some JBL Cinema Professional and then BN with it, you know, for Christ's sake. Because that center channel's putting out quite a bit of low. And that's only designed for a medium-sized auditorium. It's not designed for large premier-sized auditoriums. It's only designed for small auditoriums. But it's pressure in this room nicely. Whoa. Whoa. the level with the threshold going up on the audio limiter. So, wow, there's this kind of, I'm not sure if that's if I'm hearing some sort of, because the room is still going to have frequency knolls in the room. But that's the whole purpose of having the audio limit, so you don't destroy the speakers. Because the amplifier power going into that speaker, that signal going into that speaker is perfect. It's okay. It's brilliant. But it's how it's reproducing out into the room. You know, so if I had a 15 bass driver, well, say located behind one position, and then another 15 below it, two of them dual possible. It's possible I could change the cab sizes, but can't put the big JBL large horn in. That just won't fit. That's too damn wide. But actually, I think even the bass cab would be a slight fraction wider. It'd be a fraction wider, I think. It'd be about an inch or 2 inch wider for the bigger cabs. I think the cab is just a little bit. Wouldn't fit. I'm content with how it is. I'm content. Wow. Oh. Makes my skin crawl. That's so low. And that's not even there's no LFE playing, there's no baby boom playing, it's just the screen channel bass and some of it low end in the surround. But in reality, I don't think I'd be even hearing something like that. Be a little bit different level sound, and mostly I'll be feeling it because I'll be standing on the ground with my feet, and I'll be feeling the low frequency coming up through my body. But they're not. They're actors. But how it's all put together in the final, it looks pretty good. Wow. I'm not sure what levels that's pushing on the amplifier. To see that, I'd have to go over to the computer. I have to connect my lead. I think I've got to connect a lead up from the modem to the Behringer amplifier. For the center channel. Oh, that slow cooked meal was very nice. Wow. Wow. Oh, where's the lead going? I can see one lead there. That's down on. Where's the center? I think it's this one here. It's the center. Yeah, lead's connected on there. Lead's already connected. Plus, I've got additional audio limiting on the amplifier itself on the low end. So I've got maximum. Just don't get too eccentric. I'm not looking to create a seismic event and then crack a concrete floor that's probably so thick. You know, I'm not looking to do that sort of stupidity. No. This floor is pretty thick. It's pretty solid for a concrete floor, even though you can hear other neighbors playing music, boom, 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 and this floor being concrete based, with it's got, I think, metal poles that go through it, and then it's concrete poured on it. It's pretty strong, and it's only shimmered. I mean, pretty much shimmered. Only once I only had a level up on the LFE. Spire loved me. Torpedoes blowing out the bar doors. The floor flipping. Oh, but that was up to about 120, 126 dB. And the floor just shimmered. If the subs were designed in another way, I'd probably be able to do it at a slightly lesser dB level, depending on how those subs are coupled with the floor, and it will give a shimmer effect. But I'm not really looking for that. There's other ways around it without busting the ears out with 150, 160 dBs. That's only going to damage your ear. Moderate levels for a short time, it's okay. Play a sine wave tone can be pretty annoying because it's continuous level, a low frequency. iNuke NX, that's an NX amplifier. So connect onto the NX. I think it's connected. There we go. Got the levels. Oh wow. I think there's a little bit of vibration behind the screen. A little bit of vibration there. I'm not sure what's loose or what's come loose, but yeah, I noticed the vibration there. So that's the sort of thing I've got to sort that. It could be boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 1, 2, maybe 3. Can only be about 4 possibilities. There's only 1 out of 4 possibility. Bear, leave Magic alone. Stop hassling him. That was pretty low. That was pretty low, that. Wow. Crikey. Wow. That's a disturbing low end, but is it connected through the THX? I think it's on microphone. It's on microphone. I need to see the electronical frequency response. So I need to look at the electronical. I need to look at it on the Spectrum Lab. I think I've got the input levels set a bit too high there because it looks like strawberry raspberry jam. Got to bring that level down a bit. It's a little bit high on the mic gain. Let's just bring that down a bit. Oh, actually, there's two things. I could bring the microphone level gain down, or just go into the there we go. Click on that setting there. That's it. That's better. Wow. Wow. A little bit too high. Damn, that's ear busting. That's just the center channel, for God's sakes. I was ear busting up here. It's, could be the metal bar that's down the middle here. Maybe it's the wooden platform it's on. Maybe I'll just need to give it a little push, nudge, because things in the home react to temperature. Things expand and shrink, and so it could be something to do. Could be something to do with that. Could be a fifth possibility that. But I was thinking it might be in my HF horn on for the bass cab, and it's vibrating. But can't see how it can do that because I've got a piece of absorbent material underneath where the compression driver sits on the speaker, and it's tilted at an angle, so it's tilting down a little bit. So I can't see it can't be that because it's got some absorbent material to keep that to prevent it rattling. But it's something else, I think. Probably when my cat Bear got behind there, probably recent, a couple of months ago, probably moved something behind there, and but it's easy to solve it. It's not an obnoxious rattling sort of thing like the whole brimming room, unless something started rattling or resonating on the overhead speakers that due to the speaker grill. That's easy to solve. A little bit of blue tack. You'd be amazed what a bit of blue tack can do these days. Damn, that's low. So if it's doing pretty wild, but there's another bit of something there I can sense. Maybe I can see the frequency range on the Spectrum Lab. So it's kind of like, can't see it here on the screen because it's over contrasting the level. Don't know where the pause is. Pause. Pause there. And do I press pause again? Does it resume? Before it resume, press it again. How do I resume? Because usually when you press the pause on it, it stops, and then you press again and it resumes. I think the layout's a little bit different on this. What's that bloody shake? There is something rattling in my system on this side, and it's been doing that. There's something so bloody sensitive with the blimmin' rack. It reacts to, well, anything kind of like it's like a mini earthquake. Anything that's heavy traffic along the road, it reacts to it's like almost like a seismograph Richter scale. Yeah, I know how a Richter scale works with a spring on it, graph paper, and then the graph it turns, and then you get the vibration and such in the spring, and it draws while it's turning, and then gives you the waveform or the magnitude or such. Yeah, probably make one of those DIY ones. But acoustically, no, you got to make actual ground motion vibration. I don't think it'll work acoustically. So I don't know how to bloody resume this. Analyzer paused. Oh right, I just pressed that. Oh right, gotcha now. So I press that and then come up to analyzer paused and then press right. Okay, resume. So let me just look at that frequency response again and then have a play with the sine wave tone. All right, somewhere between 30 and 50 hertz, huh? That's probably what I'm looking at. REW, sound generator. And for that, I've got to go over to computer. Yeah, something's resonating on the center channel in the room behind me. I can hear her. So set the fader level at a certain level so I don't want it too damn loud so it's obnoxious. So I've got 40 hertz down there. There's something back here that's resonating. I'm not sure if it's the door. Might be one of the grills on these overhead surrounds because the grills have only got Velcro. So the Velcro might be coming a bit loosened. So I'll get some blue tack and you just stick it in there and then push that grill back. It'll just stick. Because the grills have got the screws go behind the speakers, and then you tighten the grills up. I think pretty stupid design by JBL. I think by putting the screws at the back when they should have put the screws from the front, just like they did with the 8330s. They should have put the screws on the front so you can tighten the damn things up and then remove the grill, because those speakers are going to be fit to the wall. But then if you want to take you could take the drivers out. You can still remove the drivers from the front, but having the screws put, that's a bit of a clumsy design, I think. I wonder if it could be modified. Huh. I'm just wondering if this... I don't think that's rattling. Let me just play that sine wave. Ah, it's right behind me. It's the door. Hang on, let me put my hand on the handle. Oh no, it's the door handle. It's a door handle it's shimmering. Let me just wiggle it a little bit and it probably won't do it again. No, it still does it. Let me just touch the door handle a little bit. Maybe push the door in and pull the door in a little bit. Oh, that's better. Oh, it's so pressurized back here. I can feel the center channel pressing on my body. That's the center channel. Doesn't need a sub bass on it. Doesn't need a sub bass speaker on it. Oh, kind of takes the breath away, that does. Yeah. JBL sound power. Right, now I hear it up front now. Oh, crikey, now it's back behind me. It's loosened. Let me see what's wrong with that door handle. Maybe it needs tightening. Maybe it needs tightening up. So, door handle. It's not really much of a door handle because the door it just pulls in tight, you know. It's not on the hinge. This door is turned upside down, so it doesn't line up with the actual, you know, because I've got to chisel that out. But I don't really use it. I don't really close the door. Let's see if it's there again. Oh, that's better. That's gone now. But there's still another resident rattle or something up behind the screen. Let's turn the fader down to -12. Yeah, something behind there. It's solvable, but I'm going to leave it. It's not broken. It's just solvable to fix. Otherwise, the effort. I've got to move the OLED out the way. I've got to bring the OLED over here. I've got to take a few things down over this side. And then I've got the screen. That projection screen is only resting on top of VHS tapes. Just so it's up at a height level. It's just resting on VHS tapes. It's not even anchored. But it's not the screen that's vibrating. It's what's behind it could be something on the wooden platform that's just got a little vibration because temperature expansion has probably made the wood shrink and expand. It's probably something like that. Something can solve it. Or maybe something else. Maybe a sixth. But I can check it. But I have to be behind the screen. I have to have the sine wave tone playing. And go through and check. But something just, but there's a heck of a lot of energy playing at 40 hertz. That's pretty high level SPL. Go down to 31. Wow, that's pretty low. Turn the fader up. Wow. Turn it down a bit, go down a bit lower. 25 hertz. I could feel this seat kind of going like that at 25 hertz on that center channel. It's pushing some air in the room. It's moving some air. And of course it's going to get a little bit less as the frequency range rolls off, but it's playing full range. It's not like I put an 80 hertz filter on it and then put all the low energy into the subs. That's not how it's supposed to play. Mm. 25. Go down to 24. Feel that. I'm not sure what SBL that's pushing in the room. It's probably not a big deal. Okay, just check that meter's right working. Put it on fast waiting. Fast response. Back to this sort of thing again, are we? That's better. Okay, more fast response. I can see the needle moving because that's what the bass driver. That's what that's going to be doing. It's going to be moving like boom, 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 boom. Damn! I can feel 24 hertz in my seat vibrating. I swear I thought I had the bass shakers turned on, but they're on mute. I haven't even got the amplifiers for those turned on, as far as I remember. No, amplifiers are switched off, but I can just feel the seat just. Not bad. I think Captain Kirk approves. Give me your hand. I've had enough of you. Yeah. So I'll go down low until it completely rolls off. Or how I can engineer it, work around it, see what's possible. I'll get back to the movie. Whatever's playing on the goes there. Sounds like a bloody gangbang. I mean, I'm seeing frequency response rolling off and going down to at least 20 and below 20. I'm seeing little trickles in the frequency response. Bit more higher energy between 30 and 60 hertz. This is where the thing's rolling off, and then it gradually, as it's going up, and then it flattens out and then goes flat up to the crossover point, 500 hertz, and then it will roll off. Actually, I'm rolling it off a little bit earlier than that because I'm got the amplifier on its own crossover, so it's got an additional crossover. So I'm getting a little bit more maximizing the energy because I want to be entertained. Maximize it, maximize it, maximize it. Are you being maximized? Isn't that why you're here? Damn, that's low. Your channel's on. Wow.
Computer.
Tolpa, Gisa. Kopka.
Wow.
Computer. No tricks. I'm looking forward to meeting you.
Tolpa, Gisa. Kopka.
That's roughly the base energy on the bridge of the Enterprise.
This is Admiral James T. Kirk. Request security access. Computer.
Tolpa, Gisa. Kopka.
Computer. This is Admiral James T. Kirk. Request security access. Computer. Destruct sequence 1. Code 1. 1A. Computer.
It's interesting how the bloody bridge is that reverberant because it reminds me being on a bus. Oh, with a very poorly bad tuned engine that's so damn reverberant. When it comes to a bus stop, the engine pitch rises up and it goes up to I monitored on one bus, probably the same bus number actually. It went up to just over a little over 100 dBc. It was way too much. Like flipping, I've got to put earplugs in just to soften down some of the pressure on the ear membrane. It's kind of like that on the Enterprise bridge. You know, I mean, the engineering is, although the ship is all coupled, you know, it's all, you know, so it's probably going to reverberate through the atmospheric pressure that's inside the Enterprise and then find its way through the structure from the lower level up through and then up into the saucer section. But that's how like it was on a bus, because the whole damn thing, you hear it acoustically and you feel the mechanical vibration.
Montgomery Scott, Chief Engineering Officer. Destruct Sequence 2, Code 1, 1A, 2B.
Computer, this is Commander Pavel Chekhov, acting science officer. Destruct sequence 3. Code 1B, 2B, 3.
Sequence 2, Code 1, 1A, 2B.
Computer, this is Commander Pavel Chekhov, acting science officer. Destruct sequence 3. Code 1B, 2B, 3.
Destruct sequence completed and engaged. Awaiting final code for 1 minute countdown.
Code 0, 0, 0. Destruct. 0.
Destruct sequence is activated.
0.
Destruct sequence is activated.
Kirk, the time runs out. All set. Isaac. Command.
Wow.
Kirk, the time runs out. All set.
This is communicator.
Commander Klingon vessel.
I can even feel that in the Foley when he gets his communicator. I can even feel that in the Foley.
Destruct sequence is activated.
Of course, turbo doors. Shh.
Is activated.
Kirk, the time runs out. All set. Isaac. Commander Klingon vessel. We are energizing transporter vehicle. Now.
Wow.
All set. Isaac.
Just mute the LCR.
0.
Left, center, right.
Destruct sequence is activated.
Or left and right. Mute the left, right. Mute the left, right.
Kirk, the time runs out. All set. Isaac.
Wow. That's what it was like, THX at the Empire. Wow, wicked. Is this what I've been missing all these years on the soundtrack? I didn't know it was there. Oh, wow. This is like THX Dolby Stereo participation raising the bar, because there was a thing that Dolby Labs were catching on to. Audience participants at cinemas select few, not the whole audience, because not everyone's, I suppose, listening. They hear the sound, but others are kind of like doing this sort of thing. They're participating, reacting. It's not like these YouTube videos where you see people do like this. That sort of thing. They're just watching it on a cheap plastic screen with little teeny speakers, and they're not even really reacting to the experience of and they're not even probably 30 years old, and even if they are, they missed the THX boat. I'm afraid you've missed it. how this was, Star Trek 4, Star Trek 3, the THX TAP, Theater Alignment Program. Wow. So I can hear the James Horner score there. I can hear the Foley, the footstep, and the kind of the jolt. It's in the wrist. It's all in the wrist, like Big Trouble in Little China. It's all in the wrist.
Kirk, your time runs out.
All set?
Isaac. Commander Klingon vessel. We are energizing transporter beam. Now. Transporter, stand by.
Wow. Of course, when that Enterprise blows up the smithereens, my goodness. My goodness. Sat in a dark auditorium, 20-meter distance away from the screen channel. That's the prime kind of listening area, so to speak, between the back wall surround array, the left, right on the side surrounds on the side wall, the left half, right half surround configuration, and 20-meter away from the screen. Still can localize the sound on the panning and the directional base. 20-meter distance away. It was pucker, absolute pucker in that auditorium. And it was like on the edge of the seat when the Enterprise was just going up in smoke, and then when the saucer section, boom, it felt like someone walked past in front of me and kind of boom, kicked their knee up into my chin. It just hit me in the chest, and it went boom like that. Fucking hell. Oh, it was like 3-dimensional XYZ bass. Whoa. Because here in the home, it's a little bit different. It's a different space of, I'm not 20 meters away. There's not that many speakers, and so I get a near sort of like, but I can still remember how I participated. That was Star Trek motion picture. Would have started about 11 o'clock in the morning, finished around about 1 o'clock. Then there was about 10-15 minute intermission between the next, because they got to get the everything ready, lined up and aligned, I suppose, in projection for Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan in 70mm, because the motion picture was only optical 35, but it felt like bloody 70mm. I kid you not. But when Star Trek 2 started, freaking heck, the bass level increased. It was like in your face, but didn't hurt. And then Star Trek 3 started, freaking bass, I swear the bass level was going, increasing through each flipping movie. Until it got to Star Trek 5, the final frontier, last movie of the day, 70mm, new movie, just come out. And then the THX Shimron trailer, but only played for that movie, which was pretty cool. Dun, 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 dun. Why did they leave the trailer to the last movie of the day? I don't know why they didn't put it on the beginning of, or put a different THX trailer would be on the optical soundtrack, maybe like a Broadway trailer, and then you use the Shimron for the 70mm movies. Don't know why they didn't do it like that, but still, the laser show. Wow. You got a cold laser system at the back in the projection room, projecting these images that they program into the computer. And you got a Klingon battleship and an Enterprise having a laser fight on the screen, on the curtains. Oh, cool. And you got the color lighting changing. Wow. Total state of the art.
On vessel. We are energizing transporter beam.
Kirk, the time runs out.
All set. Aye. Commander Klingon vessel.
Let's modulate that down a little bit. Okay. Mute that. Center stage. Okay, mute the center. Okay, let's play all three at the same time.
Kirk, the time runs out.
All set. Aye. Commander Klingon vessel. We are energizing transporter beam. Now.
Transporter, stand by.
Wicked. That dialogue, reproduction. So many ways to tune it. So many ways.
Aye.
Tune the system.
Commander Klingon vessel. We are energizing transporter beam. Now.
God. I don't know if it's me or it's really the bass. It's kind of find it very disorientating at the moment. Not sure if it's listening area, listening fatigue, or it's just the way it's playing. That's something I'm noticing.
Transporter, stand by.
Wow. Oh, beaming me up. Wow. Change the SPL rating scale there. That went a bit. Change it to 100.
All set. Aye. Commander Klingon vessel. We are energizing transporter beam. Now.
Transporter, stand by.
Made my palms sweat, that did. You got to think, THX was playing not just this thing with like the audience is now deaf and all that bullshit, bollocks. It's only like when it's like that, say too much in the middle, high on the HF horns, and if they're mistuned badly or aligned, they're going to sound shrilly. So you just, and then if you mute the horns, you just got the bass channels there playing, and then it's like, oh, And it's like, oh yeah, you can have a conversation more or less over that, but it's still energy pressing against you. And then if you were to subtract the bass channel and then listen just to the HF horn playing on its own, that's different. Which I can easily do. Just turn off the amplifiers. I can't easily go in and mute it from here. When it was running as a DCX, fully as a DCX, yeah, I can mute the HF, mute the HF, or mute the bass channel, monitor both, do the alignment checking and all that. But now I've got to turn off the amplifiers and then check each one and then do the alignment. Otherwise, I just put a filter on. Probably put a filter on the center channel. I could put a Lynx Riley, maybe 48 dB, and put it at about maybe 300 hertz, but still a bit of the frequency range is going to slip down a little bit into the bass cab. But no, I'm not going to do that. None of that. Wow.
My lord, the ship appears to be deserted.
How can that be? They're hiding.
Yes, sir. But the bridge seems to be run by computer. It is the only thing speaking. It appears to be deserted.
How can that be? They're hiding.
Yes, sir. But the bridge seems to be run by computer. It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking.
Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out! Let me hear.
9, 8,
Boom.
7, 6.
Under the Enterprise.
Get out!
It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking. Let me hear.
What's the cover with that? Where's this one going? That one's going. Bloody hell, all these cables. Bloody cables everywhere. Cables. It's like 21st century. Wireless. Really wireless. There's all this thing about wireless things today. Nothing's really wireless. It's still got to be plugged into a source. It only means, it might say, it minimizes, but it's all this. You buy this stuff and you say, oh, it's wireless. That's bullshit. It's minimizing it. I think they should come up with a different analogy, a different term, a different sort of, rather than just, calling it wireless. I mean, that's wireless in a way. That's kind of wireless. But speakers and such, or like speakers, surround speakers, wireless, they're not wireless. They've still got to be connected to something, otherwise where the heck are they getting the power from? Load of 9-volt batteries wired in series, or maybe a car battery or something. Wiring and such can be very daunting and very frustrating and very irritating to but you think of us, we're kind of wired, our veins and organs and our muscles, and
8, 7, 6.
It is the only thing speaking. Speaking? Let me hear.
9, 8.
I'll just play at a low sound pressure level, and then I'll bring it up bit by bit.
1.
Damn. Whoa. That's only fader 4. Or is it fader 4? That was giving me 90 dBc. Wow.
7, 6, 5. 1.
Fader up a bit. Jesus Christ.
Let me hear.
9.
How much of the LFE is used?
7, 6, 5.
How much of the LFE is used?
1.
God damn.
Let me hear.
9, 8, 7.
Straight that down, do a level bounce.
1.
Okay. Unmute the LFE. Just the levels, turn it down, bring it up. Because I like to maintain a plus and minus 2 dB ratio.
1. 7, 6, 5.
Let me hear.
9, 8, 7.
So many things I could do on the sound.
But the bridge seems
Let's
to be run by
experiment.
It's the only thing speaking. Speaking? Let me hear.
So I could put a 200 dB crossover at 6 dB Butterworth. I'll just dial in any bloody frequency I want. Won't go below 20 on these DCXs. That's weird. That's really strange. It won't. I'm sure there's a way you can design or work a way around it so you can dial it down below 20 hertz.
8, 7, 6, 5. 1.
Okay. Unmute that. Unmute that. So level up.
1.
Okay, turn it up a little bit more.
1.
Just give it a nice, very mild kind of shudder on the LFE. Take it up a little bit more. It's well within the parameters.
1.
Let's turn the fader up a bit.
6, 5. 1.
Wow.
7, 6, 5. 1.
Oh, wow.
7, 6, 5.
Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's mute that. Let's put that crossover slope back to the full range. See what that SBL's giving me. Okay. See that there. Okay. It's that one there. Let's trim that down. Okay. Okay, put the LFE back in. Wow. Wow. So you gotta have the balance, you gotta get the balance right. You gotta get the balance right. Don't have your LFE too high. So if your screen channel gives like a max level over the LCR total, all the channels, boom. Get the level adjusted. Get it at say an even number on the SBL meter. And then change and then put a filter on, turn those low frequencies down a little bit. So then add the LFE, because those LCRs will be filtered off down a little bit, just so you can so I can monitor what's going on with the LFE, and then get the signal up about maybe around about the same level as where it was playing full rate, and then put the whole thing, and then put everything back on it, and it should give me a ratio of a few dB, you know. And of course, if I mute the LFE, yeah, I can tell there's a difference there. It's some of the energy softened a little bit, but there's still quite a bit of energy over the LCR. You don't want the bloody you don't want your bloody sub bass, you know. Your screen channels are there, and you don't want your blooming sub bass up there freaking crying out loud. Otherwise, it's just going to colorize it. And you're going to miss all the rest of the details out. You're just going to mask it. It's like having medication, too much of it, and it just masks the, you know, gives relief, but it ain't going to give relief to the system, because it's just going to end up masking it. You ain't going to notice the bloody thing. You're just like having a CB radio station over modding. Wow.
7, 6, 5, 1. Eight, 7, 6, 5.
Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 1.
Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 1.
crikey. Damn. CSPL. That's calm. That's keeping it calm there. What's going on in the mix? So look at the levels. The energy is more high in the screen channel than it is the LFE, because some of that signal has come down in the mix. So most of the all this directional bass, and when that saucer just erupts. The surround channel's muted, so the surround channels are muted. And don't forget those levels are -10 on the actual output. So it's very easy to do the math if I wanted to calculate the trade-off and just add a boost down hit and add a boost on the DCX just on a little bit of the output, and just work out the I think when that storm audio goes in, the dynamic range is just gonna be a little bit different, because it's going to be operating, I think. I'm not sure if it can be adjusted on that storm audio, whether the output levels could be set to -10 or -16 or 20 on the actual output system output level. I have no idea. It should be, because it's a professional kind of like unit. Should be adjustable. So you got your mix levels going on the meter displays. I'm not sure even I'm gonna like the meter display on that storm audio, because it's I'm not sure how luminant the levels would appear. They're very clear on the Sony. They look very clear on the CP750. The CP200 are just typical VU meters that just move up and down, sort of thing, on a needle. I find that meters on the SDDS pretty fast responding. So you need something that reacts, to more or less the same speed and how it reacts onto the amplifier. If I were to look at the levels, which I've not quite actually monitored with my eye. The only thing different with the CP750 is when the fader is turned down, the levels are still showing max level and all this and that, but it goes down on the SDDS when turning the fader level up and down. The levels, they go down and up and down when you adjust the fader level. Whereas on the nearly all the CP processors, I think, CP200, you turn the fader down, the level meters are still moving around. Even the little LED ones, the little LEDs that blink as well, and when it's at a very bright green level or such, it's indicating it's a very high level or such, or near the Dolby reference level. It's interesting on that THX up there. It's got actually it's a little piece of plastic. It's kind of like a T-shape, I think, like a T-shape that goes into, because they're two sets of LED. I thought it was a single LED, and it's got like a green and red. When it goes red, it's going a level on the input level. Signal is going to over the level, so it's over the level, so it's got to be adjusted. I like that on that THX. That's really cool. That's really cool. That. Too bad that THX ain't got a 6-channel input, but they wouldn't be thinking that then. That was made in 1990. I think 1991 or 1990 or 91. Or was it 92? That was one of the very earliest THX ones, and Thomas and Holman worked on that THX. Worked on the design on it. And it's very, very, very. It's almost got a pro look to it, where all the controls are on the front and it will be adjusted. Let's see what the levels are like on the amplifier. See how fast they respond. Let's see if it's not timed out. Oh, it's still running. Okay, turn the spectrum lab off.
My lord, the ship appears to be deserted.
I'll go and look at my levels on the. I'm looking at my levels on the.
He's the only thing speaking.
That's just the bass channel that I'm looking at.
8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1. So when pausing, what's the decay time? How many seconds does it take until it goes down?
1.
Okay. Takes a couple of seconds. Takes a couple of seconds. Okay. I think it's a little bit faster on the SDDS. When I pause and I see the levels going down, I think it's just a fraction faster on the SDDS and just a little fraction slower on the. It's a little bit difficult to look at both things at the same time. Stop. Yeah, that one's definitely a little bit slower. That's a little bit slower by about 1 second, I think, and a bit. 1 second and a little bit. It's just got a bit of a delay when it's all the levels are going down to 0 or nothing. That just reacts a little bit faster on the Sony there. It's a bit faster. Damn. It was like a bloody earthquake going on that Enterprise. Damn. Wicked. And this is an actual upgrade, this Star Trek 3. I upgraded from the Region 2. I don't care to play the Blu-ray anymore because it's got a fake digital grain noise all over the bloody image. It looks dreadful. I don't know how anyone can watch it. That's not real grain. That's not film grain. That's a digital post transparent fake grain effect they stuck on the bloody. Oh, shame on them. Until Paramount gets about maybe 1 million or so bloody people red-faced saying, we know what you're doing, stop doing this, Paramount, you know, and then they'll probably release probably a version that's not been DNR'd or anything. How it looks on Star Trek 4 or 6 with the grain, that to me looks like legit. That looks like legit grain. There's no reason why there shouldn't be, because film is film. If you magnify it and blow the image up larger and larger and larger, the more grain you see. The minimum, when you make it smaller and smaller and smaller in size, the less you see of it. The more closer to the screen that you're sat, front row, the more grain you see. The further you sit back in the auditorium, the grain minimizes slightly. It's like squinting your eyes slightly, and you just minimize. I kind of prefer it on DVD. It's bass, it's punchy, crikey. I don't need it on this format that says it's lossless audio, really. I think that's just some BS to lure and trick people into thinking. Unless you're running side-by-side comparison, and there's probably really no this lossless or whatever. It's probably all BS. They just occasionally they manipulate the soundtrack by reducing certain dynamic range, by filtering it and tampering with it. Shame on them. And then they use this lossless audio bullshit. It's like you play a laser disc and it's clearly bloody hell flipping at the dynamic range on that is making this Blu-ray, even this 4K, if it's the same movie, same period, same era, that movie's available on Laserdisc, then it's going to be available on VHS. If it's a new movie today, it's not going to be available on VHS or even Laserdisc. So you got no way of doing a comparison. The only way you can compare is if you get hold of a digital cinema package, and then do a A/B comparison. But I've heard rumours that they sometimes use near-field mixers in the cinema now. It's shameless. I can't go to a cinema now because I don't know if that's going to be a near-field or if that's going to be. I know it's not going to be the same. It's like they show movies like Titanic, John Carpenter's The Thing. Those are some movies to name. I think recently, but The Thing's not going to play as it was. So 70mm 6-track mag. I doubt the surrounds on that version are the mono discrete. They're probably the stereo remixed version. So it's not going to duplicate. It's not going to play back the same exact flashback experience, at least to those that know. Anyone that's young, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know a 70mm, an original, if it fell on top of them. They wouldn't know. You missed the boat. Because also you got to mimic the playback, how the subs were played back. If it was, say, Star Wars, if that would never happen. Original Star Wars would never happen in the cinema. Otherwise, George Lucas had come down on top of them like a ton of bricks. Where the heck did you get that print from? I thought I destroyed them all. He's so hell-bent on destroying it. I think it's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. Certainly a whole lot better than sticking that bloody Jabba the Hutt bloody scene in the bloody movie, just so you play a little outtake that was taken out of the movie, and then we'll put a Jabba in there now, and then you change the Jabba again, then you change the Jabba again, bloody hell, then you change the R2-D2 behind a rock. Oh, crying out loud. And add in a load of no in Jedi. Oh, for God's sakes. Wow. Yeah. It must take a few people to set up. They've all got to be thinking the same. You've got to have I suppose they have to have some sort of strategy plan to sort of say, this is how everything's got to be set up. This is what we're here to achieve with this auditorium. It doesn't look the same. It's not even boom, 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 the same volume size as the dub stage. It's a little different. So we've got to figure it out and get it as similar, and then play back, do the test until, yeah, I think that's what we heard. That's exactly what we heard on the dub stage. Great. If all the dub stages were built the same, if all the cinema auditoriums today were built exactly the same design as the dubbing stage, then literally what is totally mixed on that dub stage would totally translate. But then that means you got to demolish all the dubbing stages, all the cinemas, and you got to rebuild everything. But that's not going to happen because cinema, I think, ain't going to last another 10 years. It's just going to frizzle out, fade out. There'll only be a very few small independent ones that are still getting hold of 35mm and such, and they'll probably be the only ones that will stand remaining. All the big cinema chains will just frizzle out. Odeon, Cineworld, Showcase, whatever, they'll go into liquidation. They'll be liquidated. Thank goodness. No more of that bloody digital nonsense. And then the only way you see it is on a streaming service, and I couldn't care less for that myself. Couldn't care less for it. Just seek out where the real cinema are playing movies at. So I want to get a flashback. I don't want Marvel. I don't want Batman. I don't want Michael Keaton saying, I'm Batman. What, just to lure the audience in, because all the other movies are just a load of woke. So they use Michael Keaton. Oh, maybe we'll give it a try. It might boost up the ticket sales. Don't fool me. I'm not interested. Those movies were back in the late 89 to 92, and that was that. And then it was, Clooney and Val Kilmer and I don't know, was it someone else that playing Batman? I lost track. And it was just, after that, it was just dreadful. Why didn't they just get, I don't know, why don't they just pay Keaton an extra $1 million or so, if that floats his boat, just to do another one? You know, the productions on that first Batman and Batman Return was good. It was dark, it was gothic. The movie score, the Danny Elfman score, was totally fitting in with the image. Totally fitting. And after that, it was just a load of rubbish. And then, blimmin' that, 10 years or so go by and you just get a load of Nolan. Muffled dialogue. Ugh. And bloody Hans Zimmer, blaring bloody score, load of African drums that are bloody up to this bloody level, and the bloody centre channel's down there, for crying out loud. Crikey, that's like having two CB radio stations over modding on the centre channel. Ah. Then you get all this woke Star Trek. Because the originals, they're not doing it anymore. So they try bring out, let's total fail. Didn't work. Made a little box office, but only because people were curious. But it was a fail. Just as Jar Jar Abrams' Star Wars fail. That's not Star Wars. That wasn't Star Trek. Something trying to pretend it was, but just because it's got the blimmin' the kind of like the logo, the typeface lettering is like, oh yeah, it looks like Star Trek because it's similar typeface. But it's not. To anyone young, it might be. To anyone that's, seen it, all original and that, they're saying, it's okay, but it's not Star Trek. But I think I'll stick to originals. Oh, like all this Star Trek Discovery. What the heck is that all about? I've not seen a single episode of it. Woke, not interested. I learnt my lesson with that Jar Jar Abrams Star Trek. Not interested. Not interested. It was entertaining, but it wasn't Star Trek. Spock yelling Khan, really. Wow. All that LFE went low. That's going a bit higher there than when the Enterprise was blowing up. Of course, the planet is bigger scale than the Enterprise blowing up, and the planet's a larger scale. So it's only for a brief few seconds. Real, oh gosh, deep blow. To that level there. Okay. Check that. Check that OIC again, the baby thing. It's going to rumble. Boom. Wow. That. I'm going to put that back at full scale. Wow. Let's run that low pass filter there. Let's dial it down a little bit lower. Damn, that is some high SPL. Just dial it down a bit. Okay. Adjust it. Okay. Level up that back up to there. So look at this. Phew. The screen channel's going up to 100 dB. Okay. Wi-Fi on. pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And I mean, that is an immersive sound mix. It's an immersive sound mix. Of course, how where the bass boom kind of builds up. Maybe when you have the, I think I could do a few tricks. I could do a few little tricks there. Let's put those back on. Let's put them back there. Okay, let's mute the other sub. Unmute the other one. It's not too bad there. That's not too bad. I can take that level up a little bit. Yeah, I can take that up a little bit. A little bit at a time. That seems natural to one. So I've got the JBL sub playing over there. The other one over this position here is on mute. Of course, I can't move those subs any further in because there's another JBL behind the screen, 4782, which is also at the back of the room. But they're both all connected up to the single output on this DCX up here. The other JBL subs are down here. Down here, and the other one is up here. I think it's that's the bass shaker there. I think that's the bass shaker. I can't remember, but that's on mute at the moment. But let's see what it is like on the other JBLs. I'll see what it's like. No, I think that's the bass shaker there. So it's that channel there. It's muted, so I'll mute that. That switch is a little bit. The switch here is a little bit iffy. I think I might take the Behringer out the rack, strip it down a little bit, and have a look behind the push buttons there, because it's just a little thing that's pressing against a little component. It's a little tiny component, and it's just pressing it. It's probably needs a tightening up or whatever to make so it mutes very easily because all the others do. So just a little maintenance, I think. Just see if that's the sub, if that is that one. It'll come out on both subs, front and the back. No, can't hear anything. I'm pretty sure I've got the amplifier turned on. Pretty sure I have got the amplifier turned on for it. Just check again. I've probably got, maybe it's the channel, because it's going on channel B. On the input. The signal lead is connecting to the input on channel B, so yeah, that's channel B, that's channel, that's bloody hell, this button. Yeah, it's on channel B. Crossover slope, it's okay. Try again. Pretty sure turn the amp on. Oh yeah, it's there, it's there. Okay. Let's turn the level up a bit. Okay. So, that seemed a little bit weird. That seemed a little bit weird, that. I think I'll just check it with the sine wave to see whether or not might be a loose lead on the back of that DCX on the XLR. I'm suspicious about that. Should be given a bit of high output. Yeah, XLR leads, you know, they can be a little bit. Sine wave. Where's the blooming REM? What the heck is it? So I'll turn that NX off there, I don't need that on. Sound generator, there we go. Sound generator, try 40 hertz. So there. Turn the fader down. Mute the rest of the screen channel. Seems okay. Give it a little shake. Yeah, give it a little tap. Seems okay. I haven't got any other filters on there that I'm clamping down. There's no filter there, is there? PEQ filters, no PEQs on. Turn the fader up. Seems okay. I can't hear any breakup or distortion. I haven't used these other subs in a couple of months, so they're probably misaligned with all the other ones. You know, because you have the subs at the front and the back, and it fills in the low frequency sort of thing. Fills in the gaps. Meow. Oh, haha. It's the amplifier levels. They're set too low. All right. Okay. So the other ones are turned up a little bit. So I'll just put those levels up a little bit. That should be plenty of, a little bit less than the other ones. That should do it. Meow. Meow. That should do it. So I'm thinking, why is the gain level way up too high on the DCX? Play that again. Play that scene again. Okay, so take the thing off. You turn the thing off on the DC. Go down. You turn the main off. Because the thing with using I'm not even sure how good the sound audio storm thing is if using this bass management, because according to Audioholic, it can be a little bit more flexibly designed. So I'm guessing, right. So if I want a certain level of the surround sub bass, or some of the low end from the surround going into the sub or the LFE signal, can I adjust that level down? Because say if it's too high and you've got a level that's in the center channel that's playing bass and such, the level on the surround might be way up here, and anything that happens in the is going to get over modded by the signal, and you wouldn't notice it. So I'm just wondering if it can do that sort of flexibility by adjusting the level, like how I did years ago, because I knew there was something not right with this THX thing. It's like it switched the speakers to small, and all the low end from 80 hertz is diverted into the and you can't then really tell sometimes if the LFE is active, because the signals are over modding slightly now and then, and it was so problematic and frustrating. Walking past a shop, and I saw this little realistic 6-channel audio mixer, which I still got. And I thought, okay, I've solved my bass management problem. And this was 23 years ago. I thought, right, sorted. I'll connect that audio mixer up, and I brought a little car audio equalizer that had a 120 and an 80 hertz crossover filter on it, and I combined the output levels from the RCA phonos from the AVR, because I was using the speaker amplifiers on the AVR, and connected the outputs from the RCA, the left, the center, right, the surround. I think I used two leads, because there were 6 inputs for the audio mixer, and then of course I connect the LFE signal into it as well, and then with the filter on, so to filter out any additional things like typical dialogue level that might be in around 100 hertz range, and it might sound a little bit boomy, so filter it down a bit. I then had on the mixer sliders, I can then adjust the levels and get the bass right, because the problem with the home thing with this bass management thing is, the problem there was that the flaw in the design is you can't customize the level. It's all prefixed. Once you switch it on, it's prefixed. Boom. You can't make any manual adjustment to it. I was straight. It was just, the signal sometimes just particularly on Star Trek 3, when the Genesis planet is rumbling somewhere in the background in the surround, it's over modding on some of the bass that's across the screen channel a little bit by, in certain scenes. And it's just like, how can I balance that? Because that's not what I heard and felt at the Empire. Yeah, so I just wonder if the Storm Audio thing would do that adjustment. So if you divert bass from the left, center, right, the surrounds, overhead, whatever, would it have the ability to adjust the levels? But it doesn't really matter because I use the screen channels, the surrounds, I use that to play back all the low end, even though you might want to use the same sort of specs similarly to how it's set up in an Atmos cinema with 2 subs mounted on the side walls, and then all the low end is diverted into those subs, and they're usually placed halfway down the side of the auditorium. Some have been placed a little bit further back in the back walls or something, and that just handles the low end for the surrounds, so you get the impression they play in low, or the sound field energy. You get the impression, but you don't notice it because everything's all playing all at once, so you wouldn't know. Yeah, I wonder if the Storm Audio can do that. Can't quite do that with an average AVR, unless you add on a DCX, a Behringer DCX, and then have all the low outputs, all the channel outputs going into a DCX. And then I just wonder if they're using stereo, because they got 2 subs. I'm just wondering if they're playing it at stereo, overhead sub bass. I'm guessing maybe stereo. So you get a pressure field, sense movement, that sort of thing. Not ideal to do it in this room because I've got no room on the wall to even put a small sub bass. Room's too small. It could be placed elsewhere, I guess. I suppose on the floor. But if your room's big enough, and I've seen some home cinemas where they got actual JBL 4675 or 4645 Bs or Cs put on the freaking walls. But their room's a lot wider than mine. A lot ceiling height's a little bit higher. And they're doing it right. Got smaller other JBLs, SB2s that I can no, that's not going to happen. It could happen. It's possible, but it'd be a very awkward sort of thing because of room modes and so forth. If I put one SB2 and fit it to the wall, make a bracket and fit it between where the door is, and put the other one over there, just below the surround speakers, just a little bit below. Because those SB2s can do a good bit of low end, and particularly when they're coupled, but it wouldn't be really essentially coupled with that door, because if I have the door open a little bit sometimes, it's not going to be really coupled because there'll be a door opening. Yeah, but that's how to do it if you want to do your Atmos. You've got to have 2 subs to augment just for those, not diverting it into the sub bass into elsewhere in the room. That's not how they're doing it in the cinema. Just play this scene again, see how it sounds. I'll mute that. Just check the level. So turn the amplifier level up. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay, turn it up a bit. That switch is so... I'll have to get that DCX out of the rack. I think I'll get it out of the rack as soon as the Storm audio arrives, and I'll give this DCX a little service. It's not too bad there. Or is it? I want to be able to mute that sub up there and mute that one, turn them on and off, do A/B switching, because I've only got one XLR lead going out from that DCX and it's going onto a Y lead connecting onto... I want to, I've got to put another XLR lead on there, get a 5 meter XLR lead. And add that one, so maybe I can try and do some sort of earthquake sensor round simulator, kind of get the bass movement sort of kind of moving back and forth, so to speak. That's how I kind of like heard it and sensed it in bloody 1975. It's got kind of wavy, kind of that sort of thing. But you can't get that. You can't get that on Blu-ray or DVD. It's not going to happen because it's not using the same sort of generator thing. That's like, say, films. You play them back. You got to have a similar system with the subs set up in the corners at the back of the room, and then one in the middle. That's the configuration for that original system. And it was freaking powerful. But you don't want to do it at home. You don't want to do that at home. You just do it on a smaller scale, but get a similar forward, a kind of pressure field kind of moving like this. Maybe a synthesizer or some sort of pseudo kind of a signal delay effect. A little sensor round unit box is very small. It's only about that size. So it's small bloody thing. And the cards all pull out. It's got a little meter on it, a little level VU meter that moves around. And you've got a dial, these dials control, and there's something that says max level or whatever on it. I'm not familiar with it, but it generates an output that's ridiculous. It's like ludicrous power. Spaceballs. Ludicrous sub bass. But it's generated. It's generated. All you get is an approximation on Blu-ray, DVD. I think what Universal should have done is remade those systems, limited offer, limited sale sort of thing. Make it cheap, not stupid prices, but limited. You know, not a whole lot of people's going to buy them. Only those that have probably actually experienced it. Anyone that's curious, you wouldn't have any idea what you're going to be expecting from it. You missed the boat. You missed the sensor around boat. That'd be good below surround. Where the ground is breaking apart and falling with a void, and it's gradually going along the screen channel, and then would eventually, in a sense, go below surround. And then you have this kind of flame sort of thing. Flame. So you'd be looking down like thinking, you'd be doing that. Maybe thinking there's flames coming up from the floor. That's the art of creating an illusion. And maybe you could have a little bit of heat on it. Something like something to regulate heat. So you get a kind of feel this warmth sort of, you know. I think that's going a little bit too literal, you know. Oh, that sound there. Wow, that sounded discreetly nice in the LCR. Sad, really. Very sad and depressing. Because I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking 4.5 billion years.
Computer. This is Admiral James T. Kirk. Request security access. Computer. Destruct sequence 1. Code 1. 1A.
Computer. Commander Montgomery Scott, Chief Engineering Officer. Destruct sequence 2. Code 1.
Commander Klingon vessel. We are energizing transporter vehicle.
It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking? Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
It's too bad that OLED is mostly blocking that sub up the front. What am I supposed to do there? Put a tripod, something on that OLED and raise it up. And the OLED's going to be way up there. It's going to be way too high. But then it's only designed for the projection screen. But it's not really blocking too much of it. It's not really, because it works away round it. Works away. It's round that OLED, because it's not up close. It's only a distance away, so the base wave still comes out and works out away around it, and the other one at the back of the room. And yeah, probably get those on separate output. I just don't think I've got anything I can stick at the back of that. Okay, so up to that. I haven't got another XLR lead. I'm going to have to order another XLR lead. Unless I could borrow one temporarily off one of the microphones, for the microphones, and then get another lead. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which cable shall I use? I think they're all the same length. I have to check. See. Get another lead. What's this? It's about 1 meter there, I think. That's 2. That's 3 meter. I think that's 4 meters. Just remeasure it again. 1 foot. 2. About there. Okay. 1, 2. 3. Must have miscalculated. It's probably a 4 meter lead, this. I don't think that'll reach. So I've got to go down from the rack. 1, 2. Come up to where it's got to go through the. That's going to be. No. It's got to be at least 5 meter. What's this? Got another XLR lead here, I think. Not sure where that's going. So I've got so many cables up here. I need some of them being disconnected from other part of the system. So let's see what I've got going on here. Maybe I've got a lead already going that way. Where's the head torch? Wow. Wow. Needs a blooming needs a blooming connector on the end. Needs a connector soldered on. Not sure where that's going, that lead. This is another one up here, and this is another lead. Okay, I've got some other XLRs that probably don't know where they are. Right, okay, I can see this wee lead here. I think I've got a lead here. Okay, I think I've got a lead. Probably never used it in a while. So I'll make an announcement. Oh, yeah, got a cable there. Got a cable here. Okay, great. Oh, got another one here as well. That might be connecting onto that other cable that's got no XLR on. Hard to tell, really. Oh, well, it could be this one. Right, how many of these have I got left? 1, 2, 3. Oh, hang on. These must have been when I used it on the DCX, when I had the DCX fully running the system. Now it's a bit awkward to see where the black cables are going. I've got a grey one here. So there's a grey and green one. That'd be easy to spot back here, I think. That'd be easy to spot. Oh yeah, see a grey here. Okay, let's get this rack out. Wow. Which one is it? Magic. 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 So that one's connecting on. Come magic out of the way. Such a whew. Okay. So I think it's okay. So I've got a green one and a grey one. Where's this grey lead going? Okay, it's going down here. Okay. Uh-huh. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Connect this grey lead up. Where's the signal on the 1, 2 channel? I think it would be this channel here. Okay, that's connected. That's connected. Okay, what channel? That's 1. Channel 1 is not used there. Channel 1. Output channel 1, 2, 3 and 4. Channel 3 and 4. Okay, it's on channel 3 and 4. Okay, channel 3 and 4. I'm going to connect those up so they won't be on that lead. Well, I'll feed you in a sec. All right, I'll feed you now. Go on, back up. Back up. Go on, go on. All right, come on. There's a bit of a cliffhanger there, Magic. Maybe I missed it there. Okay. Fed your curiosities. Okay. So what leads on the Y lead? Which one is it? It's this one here. Okay. I'll do that. I don't know which one I've got to connect to. Doesn't matter which. One's going to be forward, one's going to be back. I'll figure that out. So that goes there. I'll do that. Undo that. Carefully take it out. Oh, I hope this doesn't give me a bass issue. It's kind of like a weird grounding thing, I think. I'm not sure if it's going to do that, but let's just check that's on stereo mode. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see what mess that sounds like. Let's see if it works or not. Okay. So we used channel 3 and channel 4. I'll set that one to channel B input. Okay. Find some content that's got some signal. Something simple. Something simple. Should just try a sine wave tone, really. I'll just try something simple. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not good. Not good. There. I know what you're thinking. Oh. Go behind the window. Go on. Ow. Go on, go behind the window. That's it. You got a view. You got a view out the window. Little rascal, isn't he, Max? Okay, let's mute that. And I'll mute the other one. Pretty sure they're working that way. It's not on bridge mode. It's on stereo mode. Just got to check all these levels. Oh, Max, what are you doing? Check output level and crossover, make sure they're all the same. Okay. So that level 0. 0. So that one at 0. Very hard to focus. Okay. Okay. That's on channel B. That's on channel B. Okay. So I'll put a signal again. See what. I think I'll just wait. Uh-oh. Come on, there. I know what you're thinking. Come on. Come on. Out. Madge, come this way. Come this way, Madge. I know what Bear's up to. So go out of the room. I know what Bear's up to. Sneaky cat he is. Can't really tell whether that's doing the same signal on both of them. It should be independent. Yeah, I can sense that one at the back. Turn the other lead and turn the other channel on. That should be up at the front. I think the simple thing is play a sine wave tone because I know how they're going to behave. Okay. So son of a bitch. Fucking useless. Fucking RAM's useless sometimes. Don't need that. Close that. Open that again. Cancel generator. Okay, 40 hertz. Oh. Got it on the wrong bloody output. It's channel 2, isn't it? Where did I connect the other lead? Oh gosh, got it mixed up here. I thought I had the continuity right. It's probably because I got confused with the lead on the back of the DCX, confusing one lead for the bass shaker, for the amplifier for the bass shaker. Okay, no problem. Let's see. I've got both leads connected. Just let's see. That's channel B. That's channel B. So it was on 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that one's okay. That's behind me. Right now that one's in front of me. Okay, that's on channel. That's channel 4. I'd rather have them both by side on the DCX, but it's okay. Go down to a lower frequency. Turn the SBL on. Oh, great. That's fucked up the SBL meter. I can't fucking believe it. I think this battery's getting a bit flat. That's okay, that's working. Try not to do that again. Let's turn up the level a bit. So okay, that frequency. Okay, mute it. Turn the other one on. Okay, readjust the level down a bit. Oh, what's going on there? What's going on there? turn that level down independently, it's adjusting the other one. I've got this on bloody free or share or whatever the heck it is. What's it switched on to? Free? I haven't got it on link. It's not connected to link, is it? Channel B there, it's connected to channel 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Not sure if something's on the. Got free and link. Shouldn't be on link. It's on free, but why is the signal being adjusted on? Probably because I'm on channel, but I'm on the same channel. So because I'm on the same channel level. Think. Don't usually use it this way. Maybe if I put a Y lead on the A and B input. But it's still outputting. Channel B's outputting to channel 2 and channel 4. Maybe connect it to the link. What does it do? Turn the gain level down on channel number 2. I go to channel 4, the gain levels are minus 15, the same as. No, it should be independent. Should be independent. Let's have a look at the channel B on the input. I got to assign the THX on the channel outputs to. Okay, if I turn that to channel A, turn the level down, minus 15, go back to channel, turn that level up to 0, go back over to something screwy here. What's going on? Doesn't make any difference. So if I go to channel A or B, not sure if this DCX was the one with a fault. It works, but I'm not sure if it's got a fault. If I can't remember if it's something to do with desoldering that resistor. See. But I'm getting independent output level. If I mute the levels on the, if I mute the levels on the front or the back, that's okay. I can mute that, but I haven't got independent level control. Much less EQ. Unless there's something is dialed in on this DCX that's overriding. Let's see, I'll figure it out. So all it takes is figuring it out. So channel A So turn that level down to minus 15. Go to channel B. Turn that to channel A. Turn the level up. Go over to the channel 1. No, it's staying at minus 15. Okay. That's staying at minus 15. That's okay. That's good. So let's see what's a little bit weird here. So channel 2 and channel 4. Then channel B. Turn that down. Go to channel 4. No, something screwed. Something weird. Have I got? Where's my other glasses? Should have gone to Specsavers. It's very hard to focus on those little digits. They're very tiny. That's channel A. That's channel B. Channel A. Set that channel B. Set that channel B. Set that channel B. It's got nothing to do with these naming it. No, it's got subtle to do with that. It's got subtle. It's just the name on there. Now look again. Channel 1 and channel 2. So I've got to move the signal over to channel A. I've got to move the signal lead over to the input signal over to channel A. I think channel 1 and 2 look okay. So I've got to set that to channel A. Channel A. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. So if I turn the level up to plus 15 there, go over to channel 2, it's at plus 5. Okay, that looks independent there. That looks like that's, I've got to go in the back of the bloody rack and swap those leads around again. So channel, got to turn the lead out for channel 2, channel 4, leave channel 3 where it is, or that's for the bass shaker. Okay, so okay, got to go in the back of the rack again, swap those leads around. Feels like blimmin' heat wave in here. Oh, that's the thing. That's the thing. This Storm Audio thing's got a thermostat built into it. Interesting. I'll have to compare that with an actual thermostat to see if there's any how accuracy the internal thermostat is on the processor, and compare it with an actual you know, because basically the equipment here is not even running on fans. It's not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, swap those leads around. Channel 2 and 4. Okay. Channel 2 and 4. Two, one there. This one on the channel. Okay. Switch boxes there. So that furnace south. Get a Pepsi. Okay, let's try that again. So channel 2, 1 and 2. Or are they? Swap the leads around. Why am I not getting the signal output there? Oh, so hang on, I've got to switch that. Oh, hang on, do I switch it? Oh, gosh, I've got to switch the other lead round. Let me just run a simulation. Just put that back on mute. Switch that to channel B. And that to channel B. Turn that down at -15. Go to the other. Okay, that's independent. That's okay. Channel 1 and 2 are okay. I don't know why they're a bit iffy on the other channel. So it's something to do with channel 4, I think. Okay, let's try this again. It's on channel B. That lead is still on channel B. Okay. Turn that other level down there. Unmute it. Turn the fader down. Right. Why am I not getting a signal? Why am I not getting a signal now? Signal there. Weird. That's weird. I'm not getting a signal. Okay, now I'm getting a signal. Okay, now I've got a signal. Okay. A crossover on there is a PQ. Why am I not getting a signal output on channel 1? Why am I not getting a signal output? Gremlins. Maybe I didn't connect that lead properly. I should get a signal. If I'm not getting a signal output, I should be getting that level meter registering. Ah, yeah, the LEDs are coming up. The LEDs are coming up there. I'll switch it over to channel A. It goes out. It's probably not firmly connected on the back. Okay, so we'll check it again. Oh. I'm pretty sure that's the sound of correct lead. Try the other one. No, I'm pretty sure that's. I'll just. Okay. It's connected in. There's no reason why that lead shouldn't be outputting. Unless my cats have suddenly gone behind that other rack and they pulled the lead out. That's possible. That's possible. Oh, where's my glasses? Oh, glasses. Oh, I'm wearing them. I think I picked the wrong day. Picked the wrong day. Picked the wrong week for doing sub-bass. I don't get it. I'm on channel B there. Channel 1 and 2 are okay on the levels. Don't get it. I was getting independent front and level output, but I wasn't getting proper independent. I was getting proper output on the other way, but I wasn't getting proper level. Adjusting chairs. What's going on with this? I've got the sine wave generated. Yeah, it's generated. Turn the fader up. Change the sine wave tone. That's on the one at the front. Why is it not activating on the... Check the amplifier again. Let's check the amplifier again. Let's see, something's up. It's my cats. Wow. Are you in the back of this rat? No? I don't think you have. Unless that output is faulty, but the input is showing it works. Doesn't necessarily mean the output is. Let's see what's muddled up. Let me see what's muddled up here. Oh. Okay. Do a diagnostic check again. Unmute. Where is it? Unmute that. I'll do that lead and swap it around. And that's working. That's got something to do with the output. It shows okay on the input. Let me try channel 5 and channel 6. I'm not sure they are working. Try channel 5 and 6. I'll try channel 5 and 6. See what's that doing. Complicated. Okay. So channel B on the input. That's on channel C. Okay. Put channel B there. Put channel B. Okay. Up there. Have we got independent level control? From the looks of it, yes. Got independent level control. Turn that up. Okay. That one down. SPL level reading according to the position. So if I move the position on the SPL meter, it's kind of shallowing because it's kind of sounding like a null effect. Okay. Go down to low frequencies and it's okay because it seems to radiate out more on the lows. And the other one just at the back fills in the gap. That sort of thing. Oh, but that's working. I've got independent level control there. Just got to adjust it now. But weird. It was a bit weird on channel between the other channels. Weird. Turn one channel down and it takes the other channel down. There should be outputting independent on the output channels. So you can assign channel, say, A for all output levels for channel 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, or you can select channel B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, channel C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and still be able to adjust all the levels independently. But no, there was something, that must be the one where I desoldered a resistor, but because someone mentioned many years ago, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, if this signal noise on the Behringer, they said a elusive hissing sound that usually associated with channel output 5 or channel 6, mostly, I think. And it was something to do with the channel being those channels sort of networking over sort of thing, connecting with the microphone input. So when you use the microphone input which is only used for guesstimating automatic measurement for the time distance and I think, I'm not too sure if it was temperature as well. So if you automatically adjust the temperature. I got a thermostat here, for crying out loud, 23 Celsius. Yeah, Of course, I desoldered that resistor, and it didn't seem to. Yeah, it just made a problem where it was not working on one of the channels. We're not on the input level. It might have been the channel C input. It was totally not working then. And the only channels I think were working were channel A and B on the input. So it's kind of like turning it into one of those Behringer, what do you call it? Like that Behringer with that only has A and B input, but doesn't have A, B, C input. I don't know why they made a model like that, but if I can get a resistor for that, I'll figure out how to get that connected back on, because it's a surface mounting resistor, which is it's smaller than a grain of rice. Oh, thank goodness I got the tools, the magnifying glass, to focus. So I'll probably fix that, put that back to where it was. Anyway, I've got the output levels. Going there now. Just got to figure out the okay, that's the sub up there. That's the sub at the back. And mute the generator. Okay. It's giving me that on the low. That one up there. Okay. Just that low. Add both of them. They should sum up. They sum up. Signals, I've got a 25 hertz going up there, 25 hertz going back there. I add the two subs together, and then the signal increases rather than it stays the same. If it stays the same, then the polarity is reversed. All I've got is a slight channel level difference between the one at the front and the one at the back, so I've just got to adjust the level until I get an equal level, and then sum the signal. Okay. Okay. Crossover is working there. Good. It's independent. Okay. Let's adjust the time. The phasing. Time delay turned on there. Good. That's independent. Okay, good. Adjust the phase on one of the sub. Just the phase, turn it on. Set that to a higher rating. That's okay, I can see the level changing now. Interesting, change the level on the phase up there. There's not much change that I can see with the signal. Not with the SPL there. Maybe if I change the position on the SPL. I can see it changing there. When it was over here, registering. Okay. Adjust phase on the other one. Yeah, adjusts a little bit. This is very unusual. Let me do it by ear. And it seems to increase there. That level seems to increase. I'll go back down. Go to the other sub, adjust the phase. It seems to be subtracting. Signal seems to be subtracting slightly there. Go back over to the other sub and adjust the phase. Okay, I'll keep it there. Okay. Play a scene again in the movie. See what it sounds like. Sometimes the meter's got to be placed in a position, and I think not just because it's like one receiving. You got two ears. One's a bit further over this way, the other's a bit further over this way, the pressure. And so I thought, okay, use my ears. Or I could add two microphones and have one microphone here and the other microphone there. And set so that they go into the into the audio mixer, so they're in stereo. So you got the pan pot set to left and right, and then receiving the signal on the oscilloscope, or look at it on the RTA and see and observe the frequency on the RTA or on the waveform on the oscilloscope. Okay, I'll turn that off. Turn that back over to there.
Engage all the systems. Aye. Engage. They're all boarded. Cleared, sir.
1/4 impulse power. 1/4 impulse.
Engage all the systems. Aye. Engage. They're all boarded. Cleared, sir.
1/4 impulse power. 1/4 impulse.
Main doors are closed. Danger. Main doors are closed. Just push that one down a little bit. Between.
sounds very sounds very weird. I mean the crossover set to 200 hertz links Riley 48 dB on the LCR. It sounds very sounds like, well, a small speaker. So I just focus on what the LFE is doing, and then I'll start blending, merging the other TCB subs. Wouldn't mind those big TCBs, the 46, what was it, the 4788, big gigantic 18s. So I can hear where the LFE's baby boom is. Oh, it sounds very weird in the room because of the pressure. With the sound system being purposely set at 200 hertz at 48 dB. It sounds very, very strange. Master at this position. Okay. New pose. Too bad. Too bad. What? You mean wow? What do you mean wow? You've been fed.
Cleared space tours.
Wow. What do you want? Come up here for a massage? Come up here for a massage? Ow. Now we give him a lick. Give him a lick, Madge. All right. Meow. Wow. Damn. What did they use for the recording for these explosions? Damn. interesting on the explosions how it's directional and discrete over LCR. It's just nice and discrete. And there's a kind of pushy low end in there somewhere. Boom, boom, boom with a ting, 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 ting. All right. A bit of a wow. Look at those levels. Just trying to fade it down a bit. Well, you come back up here, Game Magic. Come on. Come on. Come on. No? Okay. Oh, you changed your mind. Oh, there you go. Close. Unmute that. Okay. Okay.
8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out!
3,
Get out of there! Get out!
1.
One TV. One TV. And that's about there. More. See what TV that is. Okay. At the center on.
5,
Get out!
3,
Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Damn. Because that's a bit like below surround with the Enterprise saucer. When it camera is zoomed in on it, and you see the NCC 171 just breaking apart, and you see all the structure and the frame structure underneath, and it's like the saucer is kind of partly below surround. It's doing below surround again. You see, some sound information should be up there on screen as it's gradually going this way, because it's, you know, the saucer section will come out still a little bit more until the camera angle changes to the other angle. Wow, that's such a cool destruction of the Enterprise. Damn. It's like Captain Kirk's always been daring to blow the ship to smithereens. Of course, it's put in a situation where now he has to. Boom, up it goes, gloriously. That's a different self-destruct. Otherwise, wouldn't it be if they would have done something with the core reactor, the antimatter and such, that would have gone up in a much more bigger explosion. So it's just a sort of generic, sort of conventional destruct system. And it's such a flipping brilliant, you know, all photochemical. It's such practical. Of course, they didn't really blow it up. That's a, you know, it's clever how they done it. How they must have made another, you know, because it's not probably the actual shooting model. And that white effect, all that, is like a powder effect. If you read the magazine called Cinefex, they explain how they did all the pyrotechnic explosion and filming and the film speed, camera film speed and such, and putting all the elements together. It's like a powder, I think. I think it's also mentioned in a documentary as well. It's a white powder. It gives it such a gives it such a big scale.
Yes, sir. But the bridge seems to be run by computer. It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking? Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out!
3,
Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Let's look at that scene again, because there's a bit of blow surround there. Of course, there. Think about it. Everything blowing up inside will be a lot of surround round this way, below surround and overhead. Freaking, what would it sound like? Because you got to compress or slow the speed of the explosion down. Because how would an element overhead be? And then an element below. And not just below, and I think above, but below surround, and above surround. I've got several ideas to make it's very, I think it would be a look very intimidating. I think it would, with the layout of such, but kind of like like that aura thing, but certainly a little bit better than that. So if using another matrix decoders attached to the overheads, a PL2X, and then one for the side surrounds. So then some of the sound from the output then will still go, the left and right will still go assigned to the sides, and of course one for the back, and another there'll be how many PL2Xs? One, two. Probably use a PL2X on the left and right front, because the outputs could be assigned differently. A whole lot better than that Dolby DSU thing. And then have the outputs be the outputs on the PL2X would be the side surround output, the rear surround output, and they'll have different sound characteristic as well as the sound steering, the vector steering of the signal. But it all depends on whether the signal is got a stereo mix. If it's a mono, then nothing will happen there. But if you know what film's playing, you could set that decoders sort of thing to multi-stereo channel mode, and it would output the signal, duplicate the same signal all around. If you're playing stereo surround mix, go out on them. If it's a split surround, stereo surround, it's just going to be the same sound, literally all around. It won't have too much kind of this up there or that down there sort of thing, unless you turn on the matrix decoder, and then it will start steering the signals. Certain sound will output at a certain level from certain, I may try the PL2Xs again. I may try those again if it on the Storm audio, if it works. I don't know. I tried it once and it on this system, and all I was hearing was a very unusual echo delay, which I couldn't figure out why it was echo delaying. Shouldn't do that. Couldn't figure that out. I connect on to another processor that's a matrix decoder. I'm not getting echo delay. I'm not getting any echo delay. Weird. And all the AVRs on that were all the delays were all set to default to 0. So there's no reason it should delay above an echo, which had a really long echo. It was very, very weird. Not sure why it was doing that. Might try it again. It might have been something connected on the back of the system somewhere that was causing an unusual signal, but it was not like the thing wasn't outputting a sound to the decoders. It was just a very unusual, bizarre echo delay, very long delay. It's very easy to see these screens, these monitor screens in Star Trek. These little things that are counting down the time on the. I can tell that some of they're all cathode ray. They're all CRT, and I can see this one here. This CRT here has got a bit of discoloring, like it's probably got something magnet or something nearby, because I can see the color is a little bit discolored, whereas this one's okay. This one there on this CRT looks a little bit discolored on the CRT. I'm surprised they're using CRTs in the 21st century. But they put this circular thing round it to make it look like, but they're just conventional CRTs behind all that set. I think in Star Trek The Motion Picture, I think they used rear projection for all those monitor screens and such. A rear projection system. I think that's what they say in the making of. They used a rear projection, or maybe on some of them. Boom. Wow.
Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Wow. Let's put a high pass. Put a band pass filter in. Put it across A, B, and C. Let me put a band pass filter in here. Let's try something. Already got one there. What's the Q bandwidth? Let's move it. Turn the frequency down. Let's move it up a little bit. Okay.
1.
Damn. Wow. It's like better than a firework display, this. Just look at how everything's been blown to smithereens. It's got some. I wonder how long it must have taken them to do the sound editing and or sound design and the sound editing and the sound mixing and going over it and playing it over and over until they got it right, you know. That close up of the bridge, wow, just been totally kaboom. And those Klingons are inside it. Well, they were. I think the moment literally that bridge just completely could, I think they'd be sucked out into space. The whole bloody thing would just completely decompress. Remember that? Yeah, I can see that little bit there. Where I could see a little bit of a flame coming out, and it looks a bit hokey there because maybe the frame rate or maybe the speed timing of everything else, but depends where your eyes are focusing on a certain, you know. Probably most of the audience are probably looking like that, thinking, "No, don't blow it up." So that'd be a kind of below surround. So the bridge up there, and then the saucer section. So the rest of the saucer section would come out into the room. You know, because I can see where I'm above the saucer. If it was on the direction screen there, I can tell where the saucer is. I can tell where the XYZ. And so where all the that is. Wow. 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 Just like playing it over and over. Wow. Brilliant sound mixing. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, what I'm trying to do here, I think I'm getting a flashback of the Empire Leicester Square. Must have been pretty wild up at the front because the way the screen curved at the Empire and how it's almost, it goes pretty close to the floor level and then pretty high up. was the biggest or was the largest THX screen in the United Kingdom. Must have been wild, because the closer you're up front, the bass must have been freaking different perspective, different, you know. It would have been cool if they, you know, they would have shown those movies, not just one day, maybe for a week, do a marathon week. Because I would have gone up again and probably sat at the front row, because I'd remember what it would have sounded and felt it like at 20-meter distance back in the middle of the auditorium. But I only have to say, get out this seat and go a little bit closer to the screen. I need another seat in there. I need another seat. Grab a seat from the kitchen. I could grab a seat, sit on it, and give it a whirl. I think, yeah. See. Grab a chair. I think I'm going to be a little bit too. Maybe, let's see, can I move these microphones out the way? There. Move this out the way. Can I get this seat on top of... Oh, it just go on there. It just go. I think it's a little bit risky, that. If that bass gives me a bit of a jolt, this seat's going to slip off the bloody... It's so close to the edge. But my weight will be on it, so it'll hold the seat down. Okay. So on a different perspective, on a different sound perspective right here now. See what it sounds like. So I knocked my socks off, I think.
Appears to be deserted.
How can that be? They're hiding.
Yes, sir. But the bridge seems to be run by computer. It's the only thing speaking.
Sounds different.
Speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Let me hear.
Sounds different.
8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Wow. Wow. Damn. Let's go a little bit closer. Let's go a little bit closer. Wow. So I'll go there. That's as close. Because the closer you go too close to a screen, you'll be nearer to the center channel, depending on how the film is mixed. You might not register or hear the detailed sounds over to stage left and right because you'll be quite on top of the center channel. Just if you're over to one side in the auditorium, over to the left or right, and the seats kind of curve, sort of thing, and you might sometimes be on top of stage right or stage left. Center will be kind of like over this sort of angle, and stage right will be pretty distant away because you'll be near stage left. But usually the angle position, and due to where the HF horns are and their sound dispersion, shouldn't be too much of a problem. But it's artificial sound at the end of the day, and it's always best to be in the middle somewhere, somewhere around this ratio. Too far over this way, or you're going to notice, but I'll see what this is like. It's going to be too damn much, I think. Might be too intense.
Appears to be deserted. How can that be?
And the perspective of the sound, because the seat is lowered down by only about that much. There's a difference in, the height. And of course, the closer I am, the angle of the HF horn, because I can use pink noise and go up pretty close to the screen and measure the frequency response, how it is really up close, down at this position, and then move it back and back and back whilst gradually tilting the angle slightly. And then the high frequency level starts going up, all the high highs and such.
My computer is the only thing speaking.
As well as it may not sound as bright sounding on the top ends. So it's got it's quite a bit of adjusting to do, because the HF horn, the way it's got to keep sound minimized to reflecting too much onto the floor or too much onto the ceiling, because you want it going out towards the seating. And this is too extreme close to the screen.
Let me hear.
I wouldn't be this close normally.
7, 6.
I think also it'd be totally impractical to have another row of seats in this room, and it'll have to be only a single seat. Can't find any more of these cinema seats, so wouldn't be practical to have a seat over here, or over at this position, even though it's not really too much of a big deal. It's kind of sitting in the seat and moving it over this way, moving it over that way, and listen, then try another film that's got directional dialogue, panning and directional effects, and listening, memorizing and noting sound positions of left, half, right centers, and then turning on the 5-screen channel, and then monitoring again.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
So I'm kind of looking upward because I can hear the HF, the sound on the get out. I can hear the direction on the HF.
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
Fuck! Wow. Whoa. What other surprises? Whoa, it's going to blow up. Wow. Whoa. Damn.
It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking? Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Get out! Get out of there! Get out!
1.
God damn. Wow, that low end rumble. Oof. Feels like bloody sensor round on THX steroids. Anyway. That's us up close.
Planet core readings. Unstable. Changing rapidly. What about service lifetime?
Wow.
There.
Make your meow a red alert alarm. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah. Whew. Yeah. Kind of took my THX breath away, that did. Play it back here, turn the fader back up.
My lord, the ship appears to be deserted.
How can that be? They're hiding.
Yes, sir. But the bridge seems to be run by computer. It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking? Let me hear.
I remember the SBL readings.
8, 7, 6, 5,
Get out!
3,
Get out of there! Get out!
1.
Okay, between that, I was looking at about 2 dB SBL. Getting about 98 dB back here. Of course, I've got the fader turned down a little bit, but I was getting about 100 dB up there. Kept the fader level same, so it was about that 2 dB difference between a little bit up at the front and back here. Just 2 dB difference. I think so. Could be a false reading. But bigger the screen, the wider the screen, the closer you are to it. And usually cinemas usually there's if the screen's there and you're in the front row here, there's still many meters, longer than the average basement. Still at least 20, 25 to maybe 30 feet away from them and then you got the tilt elevation angle going up towards where the screen speakers are, which are many feet above the floor in a baffle wall. Of course, the perspective of the sound is a little bit different in the back row. Sometimes I find it a little bit too intense in the back row, so that's where I stick people I don't like. I'll just stick them in the back row because the bass is really damn heavy back there. And then, of course, have the bass shakers on as well, so it'd be like Torture Zone. Yeah, wow. I'll have to put that voltmeter on the, test it on, say, just a given channel on the, see how much voltage level something like that was doing. I'm guessing it would be something like 15 volt. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe 10. Maybe 10. Have to see. Connect it up. There's no way I can think I can easily make a connection to the output directly. Where's it going to? Be connecting onto the THX amplifier return input. So I need to connect to the lead, just any lead, and bring it in here, and then just connect it up onto the voltmeter. Need the positive, negative, because you only use a positive, and then you've got a ground chassis lead that connects onto the amplifier return. So it's a ground lead, chassis lead, and positive input. If it were positive and negative, go figure. You only need to monitor one signal. Connect that into a computer, and the computer, hasta la vista. Got to have a special thing to regulate the output. So I have to connect it directly, totally onto the amplifier output on the speak-on connector. I have to connect a wire up, some wires up, and then positive, negative, and put it on the multimeter. Curious to see, actually. And then also compare that voltage level with the sub-base voltage level to see, because both should have a slight difference between each. Not too much, or keep them both the same and experiment and see what they sound like. That's the purpose of the THX. Is I can also connect a multimeter to the test output, but got to have to make sure that the signal is more or less going to be the same as what it would be on the output of the amplifier. As you can, like I say, I can connect it to a RTA, a Spectrum Lab, oscilloscope, a multimeter, but I've got to make sure I'm getting a true reading. Damn. I've only got that much Pepsi left in the bowl. Great. He doesn't trust Captain Kirk, that Klingon.
Prisoners have been coordinates.
You should take the Vulcan too.
No,
But why?
because you wish it. Mods, prisoners have been coordinates.
You should take the Vulcan too.
No,
But why?
because you wish it. Look, so you chew. So prisoners have been coordinates.
You should take.
Wow. hands on this laptop, I can feel it vibrating.
Not anymore. Just here to sound. Bones, help Spock. We've got to break out of orbit.
And round this way on the screen, I felt it
Help us or die.
vibrating.
I do not deserve
Oh.
to live. Fine, I'll kill you later. Let's get out of here. What's the damn antimatter inducer?
Again, there's a lot of below surround there. A lot of below surround. A lot of below surround. It's got everything here very sadly breaking apart. Whole planet breaking up. So all the ground levels going below me. Because it's like the camera is slightly above. And then all the ground level will be, so you should hear very complexity. Very high complexity. Why aren't mixers? Why isn't Dolby Labs why is Dolby Labs falling on flipping deaf ears? Are they must be deaf as well as blind. 10 years and they haven't even made a Mark II version. But what could you do with an actual Atmos? Could you assign any of the channels realistically to play as a below surround discreetly, and then do it in a multi-channel array? Because what's been done around here, along with the screen, it's nothing new. It's old hat. Overhead, that's been done before. Might have been with Matrix or discrete sound with Cinerama back in 1969 with an ice station zebra playing downtown. Not that I heard it or saw the film. I got it on disc. It's a cool movie, but really. Especially with all that flames coming up. So all these flames are coming from the ground. So that should be, you hear these licky flames or such, and you should be going like that and freaking out, and running out the auditorium. I think it's real. I think it will sound. It's also depressing me now. Mentally.
No, please.
And something like this.
No, please.
Captain Kirk's back there, and they are back here. Up here. They're up here, So you should hear Foley sounds, and they should be at a below surround angle because of the. You look at the angle, and the captain chair and that bird of prey is raised off the floor a little bit, so they're a little bit lower down. So again, below surround wins. But where is it? Discreetly, where is it? It's like Captain Kirk is like he's doing that.
No, please.
It's like, where the bloody hell's the blow surround? I think you should put that phaser down. He might discharge it and accidentally shoot something,
That.
Oh, nothing.
Nothing.
tractor beam.
Tractor beam. Aye. Now he tries to get away with warp drive. He's really in for a shock.
Wow.
Aye. Now he tries to get away with warp drive. He's really in for a shock.
Excelsior closing to 4,000 meters, sir.
Scotty, we'll need everything you have.
Aye, sir. Warp drive standing by.
Kurt, if you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
Aye.
Warp speed.
Wow. Wicked. I know what I'm listening for here. I know it's in the mix. Something there I can hear. Let's go to the Spectrum Lab. Do you think the Enterprise just going into warp speed is, cool? Oh yeah, there's a lot more to it. Let's put it on the Spectrum Lab. Oh. What is it with this bloody REW? It just times out if I don't use the computer for a few minutes. Does anyone else get this with a computer with REW? If you don't use the computer for a while, and does it turn off if you got it on, say, like a sleep or a timer mode? And then does it time out the REW? Because I thought if you turn it back on, the REW should come back on, but no, it just times out. That's not a big deal, but it would be if you were doing, I suppose, you could do it again, frequency sweeps or what, so what do I want? I want the Spectrum Lab. Designed for radio astronomy. I could use this actually. I think I could know how to connect it up, use it on the CB radio. Just got to set it for a higher frequency, a different frequency band. E. Okay. Not sure if it may be in the 40 or if there's something there in the 36 hertz range. Let's try the left channel. Of course, it shows up a white screen because it's not adjusted to the contrast. If I adjust the computer, I wonder if the Storm Audio will be able to do this, because there's certain things that AVRs can do and other things other AVRs can't do. I'll be pretty disappointed if it can't. So if I go video, picture adjustment, this is only for the computer. It won't affect the playback, video playback on the other video modes. It's only assignable, customized to each video mode. So I was just wondering if the Storm Audio will be able to do that sort of thing. So if I just nudge down the contrast, probably start to show up a little bit easier now on the screen. Take the brightness down a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Now it's a bit more clearer back this way. Oh, I like that 40 hertz there. I like that rhythm, the frequency that I'm seeing. Try center stairs.
Chair again. You do this, you'll never sit.
Excelsior closing to 4,000 meters, sir.
Scotty, we'll need everything you have.
Aye, sir. Warp drive standing by.
Kurt, you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
Aye, sir.
Warp speed. Warp speed. Warp speed. Warp speed. Warp speed.
It's somewhere between. It might be somewhere between 30 and 40. Just got a hunch.
Warp speed.
Nice.
Warp speed.
Okay. So put that picture card back to normal. So I'll be pretty disappointed if they can't do that. So that's not a bad feature. Not a bad feature. It would be better if Denon had perfected that sort of feature and had a chroma level. So if you're using Laserdisc, you can adjust the chroma level down a bit so that you don't get that rainbow effect on certain things on Laserdisc, which kind of spoils it a little bit. Sometimes you get a little bit of sometimes or things maybe on I think maybe your DVD, I think. Maybe when you use maybe I'm thinking when you use a DVD only as a video output. It's been so bad if they had a chroma level adjustment. Get other devices that you can connect onto, and they have got more parameters to adjust. There's not even a decent chroma level even on the OLED to adjust. Yeah, weird. You get a chroma level on the Panasonic. So if I were to do a Laserdisc to DVD-RW dual layer, burn it onto a dual layer disc at the highest resolution possible. So it's it's not going to be at long play mode. It's going to be at the highest rate possible. And then if I were to play that back and then adjust the chroma level, yeah, I could improve what I'm seeing. Yeah, I could have at least done that. I wonder if a Storm Audio would have any parameters to do any I haven't even got 2.1 on it. HDMI 2.1. The OLED is 2.1. The video projector is only 2.0. I don't think I'd really notice or see the difference. Unless it's playing a test card signal and you can see a fraction. If a fraction it is, then yeah, I suppose. I never use the noise reduction on it. I never use the noise reduction on these because it makes the image look very plastic. Not even on Laserdisc. Don't even use it. Makes the Laserdisc look like those god awful Blu-ray discs that got bloody so much heavy DNR. It looks like the wax museum. But it's there. I think they should always add a DNR on equipment, but never put it on disc content, because you can't undo it. Once it's there, you cannot undo it. Unless they make some sort of anti-DNR, I think it would only add a lot of noise, and it's better if they just leave it as it is, raw. Keep it, scan it, transfer it, distribute it 1-to-1, and then you don't have to release that title again for another 10-20 years, because there'll be no need, because there's a perfect 1-to-1 copy. All it is cash cowing. Bloody shameless.
Kirk, you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
We'll need everything you have.
Aye, sir. What drive standing by?
Excelsior closing to 4,000 meters, sir.
Scotty, we'll need everything you have.
Maybe it's about there. Could be about there. Go back to computer. Again, got to readjust it so you can see. May just be in that range there. Maybe just about around there. Could be it's in that range between maybe 34, or maybe it's between 37 and 42 hertz. So that's the good thing with Spectrum Lab. You see the colors that I'm using on it. It's called too many color, and it gives a better representation of the soundtrack level, of the peak levels. It took me at least a couple of weeks to get used to it, because there was quite a few other people using it. Too many color. Other people use a Spectrum Lab. They use it as oh gosh, I don't know what they're doing with it, but it looks bloody god awful, and it's hard to bloody decipher the bloody thing. Doesn't make sense. I don't know what. Maybe everyone sees colors different, but it doesn't give a good representation of the it's a kind of orangey color and a spectrumy color with a kind of orangey. It looks god awful. Maybe they haven't discovered too many colors, because it's about when someone showed how to use it years ago, and found it's a good useful thing for looking at film soundtrack or music soundtrack or whatever, and assigning the spectrometer, get the color palette here. So it's just a little bit of white up here, very little bit, tiny. Could be adjusted a little, finesse just a fraction more, but you should get a nice little bit of white up here, and then gradually, this color range up here. This is generally very high level, and then that's kind of as it's gradually going down. That color here, it's a kind of calm, cool kind of color, and then gradually as it gets down, it's very, very, very soft, very low level. And when it gets down to about here, which is roughly about this background, it's almost like, there's nothing there. It's like the noise floor. But white level is extreme rare. Extreme. Oh, be that sort of bloody thing.
The captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
Ice.
Warp speed.
Wow. It's got a nice warp drive. I can see just, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's got a nice curve, and then goes a nice flat frequency response along. So it's got a nice bit of a curve there, and then goes a bit flat along the range. It's great for checking out high frequency as well. I can't just dial this up to high frequency, because I've then got to go into another parameter on the Spectrum Lab to adjust. So I'm going up to very high frequency. I'm not sure how high it would go up. I think it would go very, very high. I mean, the noise floor on this thing is ridiculously low. It goes down so flipping low. I mean, who's ever heard of minus 1000 dB? It's like I say, it's designed for outer space aliens. It's designed for radio astronomy. So it's got incredible, brilliant program. Not sure if they got an update version because I'm version 294B2. They might have a new version, but it's got so many other features on it that I'm sure if it could be networked into the system, that is plugged in, could use quite some of the very unique filters and so forth on it. Got to find a way because it's all computer based and find out how I can connect it with a. You could use a. It's pretty funky. RS3, RS2 freeloading. Gosh, WAV files, you can make recordings on it. It's got quite a bit on it. Input level, monitor level.
Standby transwarp drive.
Nice.
Kirk, you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
Very funky this is. Of course, I'm not familiar 100% with all the features because I've only used I only just use it just to see the spectra, the frequency response, and I can understand it. But this thing's got a barrage of flipping. What's this? Animal voices back converter. Does it come in black? What's a back converter? If I'm thinking what I'm thinking, and I see another thing here, it says hydrophone. Hydro, that's underwater. Yeah. I'm not sure what would happen if I click on that. I've never used it. Natural radio, animal voices. Back converter. Ah, right, there's the back converter. What happens if I play some sound from the... Never used this back converter. If it's what I'm thinking it's gonna do, like looking at ultrasonics and such. So like I say, the Spectrum Lab is pretty cool stuff. I got no experience. I've not used this back converter, so So I can turn it off. We'll go through it. It won't mess up any programs. I can do a plug-in on it. Go test. I'll use animal voices. Oh, right. Changes the graph. Perhaps if I play some.
You do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
I see.
Warp speed.
Ah, that's similar. That is the graph, I think. That looks similar to these, what everyone else is using, but it's pretty hard to decipher. Of course, it's doing a recording of the waveform, the modulation waveform on the top. I never used it before. Never used this before. Of course, I can see the color palette down the side on the screen. I can see the color palette thing there. But yeah, interesting. Let me have a look at the hydrophone. Simple microphone, 2-channel spectrum, stereo, cyan, red, composite. Let me try that. Let's see what goes on. What does it do? Oh, maybe for whales, underwater.
You do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
I see.
Warp speed.
Of course, it's recording in the opposite direction. I notice it's recording in the opposite direction. Interesting. What's this one? Whistles, output, fast broadband waterfall. Musicians, log riff, bass, range, bass. What's this one do? It's recording differently there.
Prepare. You do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
I see.
Warp speed.
Wow. It's interesting. These are notes on the top, I think. Look like notes. C1, C, D, E, F. Yeah, they look like the keyboard, the notes on a keyboard or such. It's interesting.
You do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Warp speed.
I see.
Warp speed.
Wow, that ain't the price. I can feel it in my stomach. Wow. That's interesting. That's interesting. If I can put this back to regular, because I'm not saving any settings on here. If it's messed up the settings, because I haven't saved anything, just switching to other mode, so I have to switch back to where it was originally. I think I'll just turn it off and turn it back on again. If it comes back on at where the last setting mode is, then oh bugger. Good. Yeah, oh bugger, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of memorized. Okay. So I was fiddling around with, so it's got to be, let's see, maybe it's some of it, radio, let's see, try that, no, amateur radio mode, almost, restore all factory settings, no, I'm not doing that. Crikey, I've got to look up the friggin' the check procedure of setting this all back where it was. I've just got to find where it, because it'd be on here. Just should have made a note where it was before. I didn't know thought it would just switch back to, but it doesn't. So whatever the last mode it was set on, then you turn it off, and you turn it back on, it would go back to that last mode. So I've just got to find where too many colors are. FTT. Oh, hang on, musical notes. Pause. Let's see. Show component. Output. Test generator, fill, hum filter, spectrum. No, I don't think maybe that. Color to loop, FTT, no. Let's see, what are these? Don't think it'd be those. Radio test. Oh, it does a synad. Oh, synad. That's interesting. Does a synad. Oh. Okay, I just need to put it back to where it was before. Spectrum analyzer, 1, 2. Audio output, start, stop. Direction, screen capture, periodic action. Schedule out condition actions. Export. Waterfall color palette. What's that? Spectrum reference curve. Exit. Let me try and exit. What goes on here? Oh no, it just totally. I'll turn it on again. I may have overridden the program originally. I think it's simple. All I have to do is just a color palette. Or hang on. Let me see. I think I know. Maybe. Oh yeah, click on there. Okay. There's too many. Oh, hello, Magic. Oh, come down. Too many colors, but it's not configured correctly. And everything else is on the wrong. So, what's it on? Maybe it's something. I think I might have an idea. Is this on some musical mode? Okay. Might be getting warm. No. Put it back to back converter. Okay, I can switch back to there. Of course, if I turn it off, it's going to, and turn it back on, it's going to go back to the back converter. I haven't got any bats around here other than cats. Sometimes my cat will transform to bat 100% complete. Show component window, output, input, out, test, filter, spectrum, timeless, Digimode, radio, spectrum analyzer. Maybe I should have, if I do this again, I'll probably save a program, make a file program so I can save something. Spectrum, waterfall, color palette. Select from list. Says it's on sunrise. Go to too many color. Yeah, but the frequency I'm on is on a higher frequency. I think it's like something like 24 kilohertz up to 48 kilohertz. It's on a very, very high frequency. I need to bring it back down. Shouldn't have messed around with it, should I? Spectrum analyzer. Screen capture wave file, the settings, reader cursor, frequency marker settings, reference spectrum. What's that? Reference spectrum. If I manually adjust these, but let's have a look. Too many colors. We do magic. God, golly, that's making my eyes bloody dizzy. Ugh. Flipping out, starting to make my eyes dizzy, that colour pattern. Oh, God, think. Where is it? What am I on? Put this back to split prop how it was. Amplitude, geographic, location, file memory, so audio file, wave file settings. Screen capture option. What the heck with that meow magic? You all right? You all right? Right, fella. You're developing such a vocabulary of meow. He's usually a quiet cat. He's usually a very quiet cat. Oh gosh. Export stream. It's on these settings here. I just gotta find what one it is. You should color of set to something. It's got to be something on the option, or is it the quick setting? I think it's the quick settings. Let me see. Amateur radio modes. Let's try this one. No, nothing there. So audio test. No, I don't think test generator B. I don't think it'll be that. I think I'm going to have to go back to maybe factory reset. I'll see before out. Turn that off. What's that doing there? Alright, that's not doing anything. Damn. Bugger. Where is it? It's got to be there. So. Changed it there, but too many sunrise, it says. Too many color. That's completely off on the wrong frequency. Oh, great. Spectrum, color, photon, power. Maybe I should play around with this a lot more and then get a bit more familiar with it. Reference spectrum. System markers. Let me just check the settings on the FTT. I think that's on the same number. 8192. What's this little thing here? It's Start recording, last recording, configure, toggle. No. Interesting. Okay. Graph, no. Power, no. No. Quit menu, lock window, watch. Command, interrupt, audio, switch. Keypad. CPU load. What do you want, Magic? What do you want? Hey, Magic, do you want to have a go at this? Because I'm a little bit needle in a haystack. Come on, what are you doing, Magic? You're being greedy, Mr. Magic. You're being fed. Sample direction 2 and 3. I think I'm just going to have to close that. I have to find the original setup procedure for this. I'll have to reset it. That's all. I have to reset that. So it takes quite a bit of hours using everything on it and being familiar with it. IT computer thing with that bloody program, because it is pretty complicated. Check procedure, checklist, and how to set this up. That's all bits. That should be it. Bingo. Thank goodness for so it's gonna take a few minutes to gosh golly, reset it all. Could just tinker around with that, see what goes on. See any color. Maybe play with the no, that's not doing anything. That's solid. Reset. Restart. Yes. Okay. Too many colors. Let's go in the opposite direction. Go there. It's a bit too pixely. Let's go through the procedure now. Where is it? Audio IO. Audio IO. Shrink that screen. No. Bugger. So scroll it over there. Oops, I don't want to put that down there. Can't read the bloody thing now. Where is it? Shrink that down a bit. Okay. Okay, right, okay. Okay, normal sample rate 44100. One linear 5.5 default wave. Bit rate 16. Set that to 8. Apply. Okay, things are starting to change gradually. Okay. So that next one. FTT. That's a different frequency. So to there. And to there. Amplitude. 000. Linear rule. And supply. Okay, that's gradually okay. Go to the next. Frequency response. That's there. That's okay. So that's markers. Check the decoder. Type. It's okay. That's okay. That's So the next part of the setup, memory. That's the same, that's okay. Next one, radio DF. That's okay. No change need to be made there. Spectrum 1. Amplitude grid. So 100 plot both. Plot both right. Waterfall only. Apply. How's it looking? Still on the wrong frequency. Can I adjust the frequency? Completely on the wrong frequency, yeah. Spectrum frequency control social. 1 hertz, 0.100, 0.01 hertz. Bloody hell, that's low frequency. See anything there I can adjust. That over there. Peak detection. That's check. That's one on millisecond auto. Set that to 1 and put that to 100. Smooth, yeah, apply. Amplitude grid, turn that off, apply. I'll turn that back on, apply. So, interval, it's automatic. Apply. Is that making any changes? That one's enable. Turn that off, apply. Dotted line check. Resize by dragging the scale. Pixel 100. Full. Optional. Full. Apply. To the next slide. Is it this one? No, it's just been that. That one. Number 2. Spectrum 2. Minus so minus 60. Apply. Pixel size on 75, set to 100. Show grid, waterfall, share, check. Use dotted line, waterfall, use dotted grid in waterfall, dotted. Lower side band, mirror. Ruler chat. Visual channel. Size 100. Visual AC DAAGC. That's it, because it's a different version of Spectrum Lab. Different version. That's similar. Apply. Okay, turn that off. Go to the next slides. Number 3. That's okay. Transparent. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks okay. Ooh, magic. Number 4. You got a different meow you have. Amplitude grid, scroll left, okay. Turn that on, turn that one off. Apply. Uh, 100, check. Area was actual size 9. Okay. You're greedy, Magic. You're just meowing for food. You're being fed. System. It's okay, that does. It's okay. TRX. They look okay. That looks okay. That's okay. Apply. Next. WAV file. WAV files. Audio file. Doesn't say WAV file. It's got to be audio files that. 16 to 4. Okay. Okay. Go down. Oh, that's it. Huh. Okay, so why is my spectrum still looking a little bit? Let's have a look. Too many colours. So just this colour palette. Just the. Okay. Okay, I'm getting something back normal. Okay. Going the wrong way there. Up that way. Hold. Okay, adjust this. Adjust A, B, adjust C. No, gotta go the opposite way. Widen out the spectrum. Okay, back up the other way. Scroll up. It's got to widen the frequency out and then kind of shift it and flipping that. But I'm still got it wrong from 2, 5, 7, 8. And the graph on the top's wrong totally on the top. It's totally. Scroll down. That. Be a pale blue. That's too dark. That's the wrong colour. That's too grey. It's about there. Shift over. So, adjusting all those parameters to get the. So I've got to adjust the. Now I've got to adjust the. Get the. I'll sit back up here. The heck am I on? Just try some sound for it. Let's see if I got spectrum. I think got to have presets. It's got to have presets, custom settings there. So I'll select this mode, and if I want to go on to another, and then memorize it, I've probably got to put it into a memory. That's probably why it's gone all kaput. So probably not put it into
Prepare for
a
warp
file
speed.
to
Stand by
memorize
transport
it.
drive.
Transwarp at your command, sir. Execute.
I'm not getting anything on the spectrum. Not getting anything there. Like because I'm on the wrong frequency, or time grid. Where's the? I have a grid. Let's go back to the setup procedure and see what must be overlooked. Something. Ooh. Audio AIO. See what that's doing. Go have the grid. Go have the grid on the screen. Where's my grid? grid.
1 minute to space waves. Are you just gonna walk through them? Excelsior powering up with Squadron 2%. Status.
Ah, great. I think I've got a hair stuck down my ear canal. Ah, that's okay. I can get it out. I've got a hair stuck in my ear canal. Just noticed. It happens. And then the hair goes down the ear canal. And then it rests. It's just rubbing against the eardrum. Must have been when I was rubbing my head against my cat magic. All those settings are okay. That's something to do with the quick set. I'm not going to go on back converter and all that again. There's something there. It's audio spectrum. Start onto, yeah, that's okay. Didn't make any. SDD. Could it be something to do with this? SDD. Ah, okay. Might be this one. SD. Okay, where is it? SD. I think I'm getting near close to where I'm supposed to be. But I'm totally on a different frequency. I'm on a bloody way high bloody frequency monitoring there. That's an interesting graph, mind you, I'm looking at.
Transwarp at your command, sir.
So that's an interesting frequency, yeah, sort of. Let's just stop the audio, see if anything settles down. Oh yeah. That's an interesting kind of like that. Very interesting that. SD. Let's try that one. Okay. That speed motion looks okay there. It might be the SD ones. Deeper, okay. Oh, great. How do I there we go. Turn that off. Damn, won't turn off. Damn, it won't turn off. God, it keeps turning back on. Weird. What's going on? Let's close this town. It's complicated. It's complicated. Turn it back on. Damn thing, debugger's turning back on again. Debugger. Drive. Race. Error history. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Auto open. Hang on. Turn that off again. Right, got it turned off. Bloody hair. Bloody hair pressing against my eardrum. Great. Feels like water. Try that SD that one again. DC receiver. Pause. Receiver 48 kilohertz. Where am I? Parameter radio mode. Narrow frequency chirp radar experiment. ST. DC. Source spectrum. Time frequency ranges display. I'm going to turn this off and restart it. Something's gone wrong. It's a tricky thing to set up. Spectrum, too many colors, is staying back in the same position. It's something else that's not switched. I switched it off and it's not running. Start top time. Stop sound thread. Start. Audio input. Okay, okay, it's running again. Am I getting any input signal? No, I'm not getting a dicky bird. Try that. No. View spectral, spectrograph. Control side left. Control bottom. Lock window size width. Switch between the spectralized windows. If I screwed this up. Oh, come on. Second spectrum, no, don't need second spectrum. Filter control, filter window for your test generator output, input. Is the input working?
That the Genesis effect has in some way regenerated.
Not getting a sound modulation coming in. It's got to be my input. It's got to be the input. Where's that? Audio input switched off. Switch it on. Try that again. Audio input from the studio. Waiting for something. Stereo sample. Right. Stereo.
Surge from a third captain.
Great. Wow. All that bass. All that bass. FTT sounds. Oh, great. I can't get this bloody configured back to where it was. Let's see. Screen capture. Export. Audio analysis. So record file setting, record play. Waterfall. Power part. Spectrum reference curve. Open it again. Resizing pixels. (294BT). Okay. It's a bloody complicated program. Why is it coming up like that? What's going on? Okay. What version am I on? What version? B294, B2924. I got a 95 B3. Okay. So I'll just reload a new one. I got a new one, new version, and I'm gonna have to go through all the procedure, probably get it all set back up. So don't know if it'll override if I upload a new one. Option. Delete. I've got to go into the file. Where is it? I think I've deleted it. Okay, I have to reload it. Downloads. Where are the downloads? Downloads. So Spectrum Lab on the downloads on the Wow. What do you want now? Madge, come on, you're going to knock things over. Come down. Down. Come down. Download there, okay. Whoa, what are you talking? What are you talking? Are you talking? Are you talking? I need a universal cat later to catlate your meow. Yeah, you're thinking Star Trek Next Generation, they got the universal translator. So how come they never use it? How come Dayton never uses it for his cat Spot to translate the verbal tones of the meow, and then it'd be a, talking cat. Yeah, they do it with all these aliens in the show. If you haven't noticed that, huh? So how come to give out the latest version B2. Primary output switches. Change the site a little bit here. I think it's this one install. There we go. And it's loaded back up. Wait. Version 2. 96B3. Am I getting any audio modulation coming into this? Probably haven't got it configured correctly yet. It's coming back up with the same last settings that it was on, but it's a different version. Oh, bugger. Let's see. Display setting. Double width line. Apply. Turn that off. Apply. Optimal. Inline spectrum. One switch spectrum. Apply. Looks like it's paused. Why is it paused? Why does it look like it's paused? Oh, meow. Hey, Mr. Bear. Hey, Mr. Bear. You gonna be a good kitty? You're a good kitty. You are a good kitty, Bear. You're a good kitty. Meow. 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 Grid and graph. Dotted, yes. Wow. It's very good at memorizing this thing, but I'm not very good at... I'm not pressing factory reset again, so... Bear, come away from there. I know you're... Wait, come on. Come on, Sneaky. You're a very sly cat. Very sly. What? Hey. Sly kitty. spectrum graph pop-up, frequency scale, waterfall area. Try that. Nothing. No. What the heck is that? Oh, wow. Radio sensor slow. No. What are you up to, Bear? What are you up to? Oops. Get him, Magic. Go and get him. Go and get the bear. I'll do to mess up the bloody spectrum. Input monitor, output monitor, test channel generator, AM, FM waveform. No, I don't think I need to mess with that. Sample rate to rotate, 10 seconds, second spectrum. Alright. Help spectrum display. Waterfall classic display. So I've got to look at help now. Help. I need some help. Ooh. Let's see. Need some help. Somebody, I need some help. Ooh. No, it's not any of those. Waterfall display spectrum graph. This is the same one I've just been looking at. Now what, Magic? No. What are you up to, Madge? What are you up to? What are you up to? I think you're a little bit bored, aren't you? I think you're a little bit bored, matey. Right? A little bit bored. Hey, do you want to do this magic? Because this thing I've been fiddling around with radio test, two-tone test. No. There. Don't you start. There. Wait. Little bugger. It's got to be hundreds and hundreds of settings on this thing. What have I set it bloody to? Crying out. It's all tipsy-turvy now. It's all completely upside down, turned around and back to front. Great. So how do I unravel it? Check the switch. I think that's a microphone, isn't it? Oh, biscuit feeder. One default wave input apply. Okay, is it moving? Sunset. Too many colors. It's not adjusting the colors. Colors are not adjusting. What's going on now? Colors are not. This is completely. Let's try that. What's going on with that? Off. Display amplitude range minus 130. It should be about 60. Nothing's changed there. Pixel size. Something about pixel size. It's wrong. Where's that cell procedure? Audio I/O. Audio I/O. Audio I/O. Well, audio focus was the patch, not now. Audio output to the audio input, audio output, audio I/O. Oh, bugger, closed it. Yeah. Yeah, saving, isn't it? So, hang on. Got some motion. Have I got any audio signal going through?
Planet core readings. Unstable. Changing rapidly.
No, still not got any signal, but I've got motion. Come on, magic, out of the way. It's got to be the input signal. Audio input from a DC analog digital converter.
How are we doing?
Right, I got modulation signal back on there, but everything's put on this. It's got a spectrum, got a thing down on the right side, so I've got to check that off. Minus 6. Don't understand these scale settings. Minus something. Right. Okay. That's interesting. I kind of believed it must exist. So what I've heard rumors or something. I wonder if this has got something to do with black holes. Because I can see this frequency scale on here now, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to getting this bloody line back up to where it was. But I've got something else switched on because this thing is like to look at the universe, if you know what I mean. I kind of thought it must exist, but I didn't think I'd actually see it on the what's it? Just on that. There's a scale reading up at the top here, around this part here, and you got 0 hertz, okay, and then you got it's like a parallel universe, like minus hertz, minus 400. It's like the opposite or something, like the reverse. It's probably nothing. It's like probably bending and folding space and time, you know, that sort of thing. You pop out for a black hole. Whatever. Interesting. The Spectrum Lab's full of so I've got this on like piano mode or something. So like sure. Not getting any modulation signal coming in the game. Okay. I get signal. Got signal on the other side, but I'm not getting a frequency scale. Yeah, I've got a frequency scale reading down here on the screen. On a modulation, a waveform. I'm not getting the spectrum. Something else is switched off again.
This is Enterprise calling.
Oi, little bugger bear. Oi. Come bear. Where are you going? Meow. Little shifty. Little shifty critter.
I've come a long way for the power of Genesis. What do I find? A weakling human, a broken boy, and a woman.
My lord, we are survivors of a doomed expedition.
That's too damn grey.
The Genesis experiment.
The other way. Just like we'll get the too many colour back in the right bloody spectrum colour.
Will tell me the secret of the Genesis torpedo.
I have no knowledge.
Damn. But I hope pay something you enjoy.
About there, roughly. Too grey there.
I ordered no interruption.
That's it. Federation starship approaching.
Bring me up.
Prism.
It was about around that colour. But not got any audio. FTT. Audio setting.
Report status. We are close. Enemy closing on impulse power range 5,000 kilometers. Good.
Maybe try the microphone.
Just a turn of luck I have been waiting for.
Just wait till it sets. Right, still not getting any.
Nothing on my scanning, sir.
Only getting a waveform. So it's like spectrum analyst is switched off. It's running, but it's switched off for sending signal over to. I got this bloody something to do with music for musicians.
And lie to transfer energy to weapons. At my
Maybe change that. What's going on? Okay. Getting some.
There. That distortion, see it?
Yes, sir. It's getting larger as we close in. Firing range is up.
Bloody hell, I can't make that out. Bloody hell, looks like a load of stars. Like a cluster of stars. What are you doing, Bear? Meow. What are you doing? Are you trying to hassle me for food?
I think it's an energy surge. Enough energy to hide a ship. Red alert, Mr. Scott.
Piano notes. No.
All power to the weapon systems. Shield. My guess is right, but have to keep close before they can fire. Your guesses.
Alright.
Helicopter.
Mouse. Fast mouse tape reader. What the bloke? This thing's for animal. It's got a lot of things for animals, and as I understand, if that's what I'm reading, mouse, or maybe it's mouse like this mouse. Yeah. Maybe not a squeak of a mouse, which is very high frequency. And that's what a cat would be zeroing its ears in on. If it hears that squeak. No mouses in there, but outside, if they're all little moles or such, then they'd probably maybe emit a very high frequency. We wouldn't even notice it. You have special mics and special spectrum I have, and then go out looking for these sort of things, I guess. See if this does anything. Yeah.
Knocked out the automation center. I've got no control over anything.
Is it paused? It's not doing anything.
I'm sitting back.
It's got to be something to do with the quick settings I've messed that up on. I'm not pressing refactory reset. I'll go through all those damn things again. Reassignment spectrum graphs, classic frequency, time frequency. Yeah, what's that one? Come on, run program. Nothing's going on. That switched again. Switch that back to microphone. Yeah, okay, that's running again. Switch it to wave.
Planet below. I have 3 prisoners on the team who developed this doomsday weapon. If you do not surrender immediately, I will execute them one at a time as enemies of galactic peace.
Who is it? How dare you take prisoners?
Who I am is not important. That I have them is.
02 microphone.
I will allow you to speak.
Turn on.
Admiral, this is Lieutenant Savage.
David.
Yes, he is. And someone else, a Vulcan scientist of your acquaintance.
Well, that's working there. But it's only giving me the blooming waveform on the modulation.
He is not himself, but he is.
You know, from peak, narrow, and so forth. It's only giving me a.
Okay, I should have known you. Savage right. This planet is unstable. It's going to destroy itself no matter how.
That's too many colour. Okay.
Just don't surrender. Genesis doesn't work.
So, time grid, display, frequency, grid, waterfall, visible, spectrum, amplitude, amplitude bar.
I shall kill one of the prisoners. Wait a minute. Give me a chance to talk.
Amplitude bar. Let's click that. Okay, right. Turn that amplitude bar off. Display setting. Where the phrases is it? Front, proof, right, left, right, waterfall. Waterfall. Let's try that. Got a grid. Got a dotted grid back on, but everything's completely wrong now. Everything's completely wrong. Right, is the signal working? Is the modulation signal working? Yeah, still got that's still working, but the system there is completely all the opposite. It's total opposite. Everything's in the wrong configuration. So I've got to put it back where it was because I'm like a zombie. So you got to try and remember. You see, I think an actual zombie, would have a better, because zombies just do the same thing over and over again. There was something on there I clicked on a moment ago and it was giving me zoom into selections, close. Place. No. Settings, ST. Try that. Is that working? It's got something to do with the quicksands. Audio test generator, so. One second. I should be noting this down on paper so I can remember. Oh, what was that? It's the bear back there. Quicksand color direction finder 2 loop. Natural radios. Tweak whistles filter. Hydrophone. Rear sound spectrum graphs. Climate frequency. Assemble display.
Engineering office. Instruct sequence 2. Code 1, 1A to B.
This is Commander Pavel Shepard from the Science Officer. Destruct sequence 3. Code 1B. 2B.
Classic. Other amateur radio modes. No.
The time runs out. All set. Automatically on vessel. We are energizing transporter vehicle. Now. Transporter, stand by.
Create. Test signal on. Right. That's only a sound generator. Radio test. Two-tone test. No. Oh, what's it doing there?
My lord, the ship appears to be deserted.
Oh, it's like an FTT.
We're hiding.
Yes, sir. But the bridge seems to be run by computer. It is the only thing speaking.
Speaking? Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out!
3,
Get out of there! Get
2,
out!
1.
Let me hear.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Get out!
3,
Get out of there! Get out!
1.
I'll do it.
So that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I remember I have to get out of that. Where was it? What was that on? Gosh. You gotta be really familiar with this program. How the because there's so much of it. There's so much of it here, but I can't figure out how to put it back to where it was. Oh, how long have I been at this now? Oh gosh, there's so many programs there. It's like looking in 3 dimensions. I'll go that way, I'll slide over that way, go click on that, go down a bit further in the programming. Oh gosh, I need to put it back. I don't even think it's check the audio IS. Check the audio AI IO. It's on there, so still on the same set. Put that on wave default.
Savick, that's extraordinary. What would you like to do next?
5,
Request
4,
permission to beam aboard immediately.
Savick, does Dr. Rogers think there could be
500
any
hertz.
same, I'm going to advise.
Where the heck am I? FTT. Minus 130. 60.
Sir, something is jamming our transmission. An energy surge. Locate.
Let me try and think. Let me see, what have I made a... Let's see. I've made a... I've made a... What's it? Let's see. Okay. So look at this waterfall, because my waterfall should look like this. Should get back to looking like this. It's supposed to get it back looking like that. With the graph on the top to give me the amplitude level. Show the amplitude level, and then of course the graph, the color of the frequency, the dynamic range, and so forth. Just see if I can get something like an idea on the settings. It's not showing me much. That's not showing me anything like I need to see. That's version 277D22. This is years ago. Gosh. Default setting cards, capture. Something I screwed up on the quick settings. Something to do with the quick setting. Something to do with the quick settings, but which I went into, and then I started messing around with nature or natural radio, animal voices, and so forth, and so it's on that. It's on one of these animal mode frequencies. I don't think there's any life forms there with that. That's good timing. Bloody hell, 100 dB, that's way too low. This range. It's going too fast. Let's going too fast there. Got to be on the back on that spectrum. So look at it, and we'll be back on there. It's a frequency waterfall for that movie. What do you call it? Stellar, Interstellar. Version 277. I'm on spectrum 2.96 B3. Meow bear. Oi. Hey. Hey. Oh, that you got lovely fur. You got lovely fur. Lovely fur. Color direction finder, 2 loops, F2T. Wow. Oh, wow. Hey, come away. I know what you're thinking. Did he meow one shot or only 2? Quick setting again. Oh, God. Individual curve, display amplitude, FTTT. AI. That's okay, it's still in the same position. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. That looks like it's. Where's the normal sample rate supposed to be at? Oh, let's have a look. Where's that? Four 1 1 0 0. Apply. Okay. Going way too fast on that. Damn. Yow. Bits. 8. Okay, that's at 16. Millisecond. Stereo process. Input. Click that off. Apply. Nothing. It's not budging. That's supposed to be checked off. I suppose that's to output. Try and click that out. Click that back on. Okay, so what I've got done now on this. Crikey, everything's turned around and upside down and back to front. Anyway, I'm cutting out the video now. I'm bloody 9 hours on this. So anyway, I'm going to try and unravel because it's a very confusing program. I have to say, my hat's off to the people that designed this program. I think it's brilliant. But I've got to configure it back to where it was. Because if I delete the program, it just comes back. So I've got to go in and make sure I absolutely fully deleted it. Otherwise, it's just going to rewrite back onto the computer. It's going to rewrite onto the program that's still there. I've got to totally delete it and then totally re-upload it and then start from scratch. That's the only way I'm going to get this thing back to where it was. And then I think I'm going to have to make a notepad. So if I go on any of these other settings, I make a note of what I'm adjusting, because it's very hard to keep track on all the flipping on the settings, because there's just hundreds and hundreds. And like I say, this blooming thing's got such ridiculous amount of low noise floor. It goes down minus 1,000, minus 2,000, minus 3,000. Who's ever heard of that, huh? But like I say, it's designed for ETs. Yeah, it's a pretty good program. So, hey, you say meow meow. All right, I'm gonna feed you. Got to feed the cats. Cats are hungry, and so am I. I'm hungry as well. I'm hungry. I know you're hungry. I know. Feed me. All right, I'll feed you. Feed me now. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. That's a good Venom voice. That was really deep. Not sure what that was on, like on the spectrum line, what frequency that was at. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.